Dan's on deck with Evil Dead Chick. What's in store when you open the door? Step inside, my little ones. Bring your flashlight and good luck charms. Oh, and good luck charms. Oh. Might get dark. It might get scary. Maybe even a little insane. Crawl out from under the bed. Don't be afraid. Evil Dead Chick is here to entertain and thrill. Daddy's on deck with Evil Dead Chick. Let's hang out till the sun comes up. Watching movies, Evil Dead Chick and the gang. Funny, strange, hysterical, or just plain bang bad. This weekend just got amazing. It's a watch-along weekend. Horror and sci-fi, comedy and more. We got it all this weekend. This weekend just got amazing. It's a watch-along weekend. Horror and sci-fi, comedy and more. We got it all this weekend. Howdy, gang, and welcome to another watch along weekend. And we're kicking off this watch along weekend with the George Romero zombie classic from 1978. There will be no substitutions. Dawn of the Dead. And hey, Ashy Slashy, in case you're are still in here. Um, I agree with you. As much as if you're talking about the first of the original trilogy, I definitely agree with you. As much as I love Night of the Living Dead and Day of the Dead, this one is probably my favorite of that original trilogy. And hey, the poet, I've seen this movie multiple times too. I probably can't count how many. Um, oh yeah, Chris, I would love for you to hop on with me if you would like. Let me get you that link real quick, and I'll send it to you on Facebook here momentarily. Let's see here. Da, da, da. Go. All right, Chris, I just sent you the link for the StreamYard link to Facebook Messenger. So I love it that Chris is going to be joining me. If there's, excuse me, oh yeah, I can BS for about 5 minutes. Yeah, that's fine. I'll get some housekeeping stuff out of the way while Chris is getting ready and getting all settled in. But I was going to say, if there's anybody else that would like to join me and Chris as we navigate through Dawn of the Dead tonight. And I am watching, this is the old Anchor Bay Blu-ray because, like I said, I do have the Second Sight 4K, which looks absolutely fantastic. Unfortunately, I can't watch 4Ks back here. For those of you that don't own a copy of your own and would like to watch along as well, I do have a YouTube link. The full movie is on there. All you got to do is click on that link and you can feel free to watch along with us tonight. Um, and so, if there's anybody else that would like to join me and Chris, this is a little bit over 2 hours. So if you want to join, part of the way through, that's fine. I would love to have as many people as we could get on here. If you don't feel comfortable doing that, feel free to hang out in the chat tonight as me and Chris go through one of the classic zombie films, in my opinion. TJ says, if you don't own this movie, get out of here. Well, some people are fans of movies, but they don't really like to shell out hard earned money to buy physical copies. That's why I always try to find a link to it in case someone wants to watch along for this watch along and they don't already own a copy. Since I have my Dana and Candace mashup Scooby Doo shirt, I did want to remind everybody that wasn't in here for the extra special Friday Foolish from last night, where me and Candace did a kind of versus type game. And we only got through 10 rounds. We're going to do another one of these, and it's going to have another 10 rounds of which movie we determine, with the help of you guys and gals that are in the chat, which is the scariest movie. You're looking for a poster of this to Poet? Yeah. There is, according to Uncle Bill, and I was able to obtain not a mint condition one, but I was able to get one for Uncle Bill with that bright green lettering on it that he said he wanted many moons ago. And I did get it for him as a gift. And I believe he still got that poster behind him on the wall. So if you watch him on video, you should be able to see it. I was the one that got him that. But anyway, I also got Steve a poster of equal value to that one. I got him a Suspiria poster. I believe that's what I got for him. I'm pretty sure that's what I got. But yeah, this is a really cool poster with or without the green lettering. But apparently, the one with the green lettering that says "Dawn of the Dead" is a lot more rare, and they usually go for $500 or $600 or more, or they did back when I got the one for Uncle Bill. But I did not spend that much. I couldn't on my pay. With the library, no, I was not able to get. I would have loved to have, but I could not afford it at the time. If I could afford that, I would got myself one too. Hey, Gory Tiger. But if you have not checked that edition of Friday Foolish, me and Candace went on for over 4 hours last night. If you don't believe us, ask Chris or ask the poet, TJ, some of the people that were actually in here last night. We had a lot of fun. And like I said, we're going to be doing a second part to that coming up soon. Jello Steve's not going to be joining me tonight, but Poe will be popping in from time to time throughout this film, as he sometimes does. Even though I'm going to have Chris on here with me, Poe will more than likely still pop up at certain points in times. And also, I want to remind you there's some new Dick's Picks, and not a cannon fodder because I had to reschedule my cannon fodder, but more Dick's Picks. There's more They're All Messed Up, that extra special edition of Friday Foolish that me and Candace put out last night. There's another watch along coming up tomorrow night, also starting at 7 p.m. Eastern Time, for National Lampoon's Vacation. So anybody that wants to join me for that one, that will start at 7 p.m. Eastern Time tomorrow. Um, and also be sure to head on over to deaditesondeck.com, my horror shop. Tell them Poe sent you. Poe, of course, is the official mascot of the Deadites on Deck horror shop. I have t-shirts, I have hats, I have tote bags, I have mouse pads, I have blended teas, I have candles, booga booga bears. The pyro plushies are soon going to make their way to the site. If you're not a horror fan, or you are a horror fan, you don't find a design that's to your liking, please, there is a handy dandy form on the home page of the shop. Fill that out and let me know what it is you so desire. As long as it's legal, I'll try to make it a reality for you. Hey, AI, you say I got to visit the Monroeville Mall when they still had the fish in the pools. Now that's interesting. I think that's really cool. Sadly, I heard, and as well as a lot of you have probably heard that are fans of this movie, especially, that Walmart purchased the Monroeville Mall, and there's more than likely not going to be any more Living Dead weekends that have the tours at the mall. I mean, I'm not saying there won't be Living Dead weekends, but that offer tours at the mall, unless by some miracle this mall gets saved from corporate Walmart. Um, but I would have loved to went and saw the Monroeville Mall, but if me and Steve ever do get up that way, there's still things that we can see, the cemetery and other areas around there that you can take a gander at. So who knows? Maybe I'll make it out there at some point in time. But um, again, Chris will be on here with me here shortly. I think he's probably getting things together. And then we'll probably, soon after he gets on here, we'll go ahead and get the movie started. Um, so
Love this movie.
Polo's every movie that I do watch alongs for, just about, I think. And that's my good buddy Poe there. So he may be popping in and out at different points and times as we go through this movie. So, has anybody done anything interesting this weekend? I know we're just at the start of the weekend, pretty much, but I would love to hear if anybody had done anything special or interesting, unique this weekend. I slept in today. That's not really interesting, but I don't know. I was tired. I guess it wore me out when me and Candace went on for over 4 hours with Friday Foolish yesterday. I think that's the longest Friday Foolish we've ever had. Usually 2 or so hours is the longest we go on. But we had a good time. I think Candace had a good time. I had a good time. Seemed like you guys in the chat were having a good time last night. Uh, but AI, you say saw Megan 2.0, but it is no longer a horror series. So explain that, AI. Are you saying it's no longer a horror movie, or they're no longer going to be making anymore, or what exactly do you mean by it's no longer a horror series? I'm just curious. Or is it more funny than scary now, or something? I don't know. I'm just curious about more action adventure, TJ. Ah, I see. Okay, that makes sense. I'm just always very inquisitive when someone makes a comment like that. I'm not, against the comment. Okay. Hey, you said the first movie was horror, the new one is an action movie. Gotcha. And I see Chris has just popped on here, so I'm going to go ahead and add him. Hey, Chris.
Hey, Dana. Sorry about that.
That's okay, no problem.
So I just got done eating real quick. Candace made some nachos with like pulled pork and all that
Oh
good
man.
stuff on it, and then I was scrambling to try to find my headset because the one I usually use, um, I think my son Noah, I think he took it with to his grand's house this
Uh,
weekend, so I had to borrow Candace's headset that she uses for work. Can you hear me okay on
yeah,
here?
yeah. Your headset or Candace's headset, I should say, looks like the one I use for work too.
Oh yeah.
Uh-huh.
I guess I'm not sure what brand it is, but yeah, it's just one that they I think they gave her when she started the job and all that.
DJ says Crater got the guns out.
Yeah, I had to. I mean, today has been a hot day, guys. I mean, it's like 5,000 degrees outside, and I went out and cut the grass and had to get some, some other lawn work stuff done today. And yeah, I had to pull a sleeveless shirt on today because it's crazy hot out there.
No, it's actually cooler here, but it's been raining and stuff here. I don't know if it's been raining y'all's way today or not.
Not today. I mean, it did last night. Especially during the stream that you and Candace was on. Like
Mhm.
it was storming, thunder, and lightning, all kinds of shit. And but no, not today. Not today. It's not done anything.
Candace is on here. Actually, she says, "Hey Dana, I'm relaxing today. I'm still beat from Friday Foolish last night. I had a good time though. I had a good time as well. But yeah, I was pretty wiped out when I finally did sit down on the couch in the living room. I watched a few minutes of something, and then the next thing I knew, I had nodded off to sleep. And you know, when you fall asleep sitting up and your head keeps going forward, when you get old like me, your neck starts hurting after 2 or 3 times of doing that. And you jerk awake and it's like, ow, that hurts. So I finally just give up and just said, I'm going to turn off the TV and go to bed. Uh,
Um. So Dana, this link that you've got in the chat, is that where you're watching the movie from, or?
I'm actually watching the old Anchor Bay Blu-ray is what I'm watching it from. But that link that I get from YouTube seems to pretty much sync up with this version of it that I've got.
I
So,
wonder if there's any ads during the video, the one on
yeah,
YouTube.
I can't guarantee unless you've got YouTube Premium that
It
there won't
doesn't look
be
like it. Usually there's like little lines on the bar that tells you where the ads are, and like there's
right.
nothing there.
Not
But
seeing it.
um, I tell you what, let me go ahead. I might be able to pull this one on another. And which version did you say you were watching?
Uh, well, this is the 127-minute version. So
Okay, let me.
I think this is just the regular one. I don't think this is like the Italian cut or the Argento cut or whatever you would want to call it. Because
Let's
it
see.
seems like that cut might be a little bit longer. So this is the cut that's just over 2 hours.
You said 127 minutes. Is that what you said?
Yeah.
Okay.
And I'll go ahead and let everybody know where I'm queued up. I'm queued up 12 seconds in where it says Herbert R. Steinman and Billy Baxter present a Laurel Group production. And it's got that carpet, that red shag carpet looking stuff in the background behind that. So
Okay. Let's see. Okay, this is a different cut. So I'm not. This one's saying 2 hours and 34 minutes. So
really,
yeah, the other one that I pulled up. So like, but let me go ahead and pull up that one that you
okay,
had
okay.
that on YouTube, because yeah, it looks like this other one I have is the extended
The
cut.
extended version, yeah.
Yeah, which I like that version too,
Hmm.
because this is my favorite horror movie of all time. And so I've watched all the different cuts of it, but I don't know. I would have to say like the theatrical cut, which is the one I guess we're going to be watching tonight. Um, that might be like my favorite one, honestly, because and that's because it's the one that I originally saw. And
Right.
it's the one that I grew up on, for years knowing, before I saw the other additional cuts of the movie. But so I guess it's kind of a nostalgic thing for me with
Yeah.
the theatrical cut.
I remember watching, and I'm pretty sure it was the theatrical cut that I watched with my dad. And my dad loved this movie. The only thing was when it got to the end, and I won't talk about that in depth because there might be some people that still have not seen the original Dawn of the Dead. But Dad said, "Well, that was kind of stupid." And Chris probably knows exactly what I'm talking about at the very, very end of the theatrical cut. We're going to see that tonight.
Right.
But Dad enjoyed it. He enjoyed it because my dad likes zombie films for the most part.
Well, I'll say I was going to say something, but I guess I'll save it for when we get to the end of the movie because, like, I have the comic book version of Dawn of the Dead as well, and the ending of that, which matches up to the ending of the movie, but there's a little bit of extra dialogue in the comic book that's not given in the movie. So, but just if I forget or something, just remind me when we get to the end of the movie now, and I'll talk about that.
Okay. Well, what I want to know is where the hell is Uncle Bill?
Buddy, I
This
don't know.
is this not his all time favorite horror movie? Has this man not talked about this movie
Yeah.
forever and ever and
I
ever?
mean, it's my all-time favorite horror movie too, and that's why I'm here, Dana.
I know. I
I
can
show
always
up.
count on
I show up
Chris.
when I'm needed, unlike Uncle Bill. Shame,
Oh,
shame.
yeah, I know. He's missing out. What you wait, he'll probably either he won't show up at all or he'll watch it he'll show up near the end and he'll say, "What y'all doing in here?" Oh,
Yeah,
we've been watching Dawn the Dead, dude. And
that'd be about like him. And I don't know if I got this back here. I can show too. This is my Dawn of the
oh,
Dead
that's cool.
clock. So,
That is really cool. I like that. Now, many moons ago, for Uncle Bill's birthday,
hmm
at the first Fright Night I went to, I got him a wall clock. I don't even know if he still has it, but I got him a wall clock.
oh, the
The
machete
machete
zombie.
zombie.
Yeah, I remember you getting that for me because I remember him like freaking out over that because that's very. I don't know if it was like a custom thing or if that was just like a
I
very
think
rare item, but
I
I've
think
never
it
seen the
may
other
have
one.
been a custom thing that I didn't tell the person to make it. They already had them, and
Right.
I think it was on eBay auctions. And I think this person that was selling them made custom horror stuff. And I was like, "Well, I definitely got to get that for Uncle Bill, but for his
Mm.
birthday."
Yeah,
And
it was really
then
cool.
I don't know if you heard me say this, Chris, a little bit earlier, that I got Uncle Bill, and I think he still has that poster behind his head whenever he's doing videos and streams. That Dawn
His
of the Dead poster with the green lettering, I got
yeah.
that for him.
Yeah, I remember. I think I remember you talking about that in the past too. But yeah, that's kind of a rare. I don't know if it's like the UK or some kind of European release of that poster.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
But I know that that is a rare version of that movie with the green lettering. Now I have the the regular one sheet of that Candace got me years ago. I think she actually got it for my birthday or Christmas or something. But but yeah, that one that Aaron has or Uncle Bill, I'm sorry. It's yeah, that's a tough one to hunt down nowadays.
Yeah, and like I told everybody, I said I could not get him a mint condition one because those things were going for $500 or $600 or more
Yeah.
back in the day. Now, who knows how much they are? So I couldn't get him that one, but this one is one that has probably tiny flaws in it, tiny pinholes or something like that. And I got to tell this story too.
Well, I just wanted to show this real quick for you, but this is another thing I wanted to show off. I got this.
Oh, cool!
Uh, which is that's a part of the escalator inside the
That's
J.C.
awesome.
Penney's before they tore it down. Um, but yeah, yeah, it says it right there on the tag, like the actual piece of the
Yeah,
the pennies department.
I
Yeah.
would treasure something like that.
Oh yeah. Like it's super cool, especially because the J.C. Penney's is not there in the mall anymore. We don't know right now how much longer the mall itself is going to be there. Um, and just it's also just a big thing for me because that's where me and Candace got engaged. We got engaged right in front. I proposed to her right in front of the J.C. Penney's on the second floor, which was the exact same spot where Peter
Mhm.
gives the "No More Room in Hell" speech.
Right.
And yeah, that was back in 2012. So
Mm,
been a while.
So I got to tell this story because this relates to me getting that Dawn of the Dead poster with the green lettering for Uncle Bill. When I got it, I didn't have it shipped to his house. I had it shipped to my house. And
Mm,
then I made sure it got sent to Uncle Bill. But I had it in the cardboard. They usually will pack them in pretty sturdy cardboard to keep something from happening to them.
right.
Well, my dad liked to use cardboard for target practice for
Oh,
a gun with a
okay.
gun. We're not talking about bows and arrows, which would have caused enough damage. We're talking about a gun. And my dad was like, I wasn't paying any attention. I don't think I was in my bedroom. And the poster was in my bedroom in that cardboard. And my dad was going around the house asking my mom, Lori, got any cardboard? I'm going to go out target practice. And he somehow wandered into my room and he picked that up. He didn't know
Oh
there
no.
was anything in it. And he said, "What about this?" And mom, I didn't see her face, but she knew that I had gotten Aaron or Uncle Bill. See, I called him by his real name too. Sorry, Uncle Bill. Um, but she knew that I had gotten that for him. And she's like, I heard her say, Daryl, don't use that. That's got a poster Dana's given to Aaron. And and he said, "Oh, I didn't know. I'm sorry." But had somebody not seen him and he took that out and used it for target practice,
Oh
that
man.
poster would have been
Be a
no
bad
more.
deal. That'd be a real bad deal.
I would have been very upset with my dad if that had happened.
Oh, yeah. If I was Uncle Bill and knew that story, like and that would have happened, I would have freaking lost my mind.
Well, you ought to seen me. Did I tell you what happened to even though it's not an original one sheet, but the Evil Dead poster that I had Sam Raimi sign at the Comic Con?
What happened?
Steve and I got a new bed in like around the time that we went to the Comic Con.
Uh huh.
And Steve said he would never do this again, and he was so very sorry. But anyway, he has over here, he's moved them since then. They were over here. He has a big box like thing built out of wood that he's got his posters in and some of mine. And they're in those protector sheets.
Hmm.
Well, we put mine in front, the Evil Dead poster, after Sam Raimi had signed it. And we had it sitting there for a while. And then Dad said, "What?" Or Dad, I'm thinking about my dad. Steve said, "I'm going to go ahead and start unboxing this bed frame." And this bed frame is made out of heavy, like metal stuff, like almost like an iron or something. It's really, really heavy. And he wasn't even paying any attention. He started taking the pieces out of the box and stuff like that. And he had them leaned up against the wall or something. And one of them slipped and fell right on that poster and ripped it. And it come
Oh,
this close to ripping Sam Raimi's signature.
how bad of a rip was it?
I mean, if you're not really looking, it doesn't, you won't notice it, but I was just mortified.
Is it like in the middle or on like the edges or?
It's like, I believe if I'm remembering right, it is right above his signature towards the bottom.
Oof.
And like an inch or half an inch more, and it would have just went right to
Even
the signature.
like so the way I am, like if that were to happen to me, like I'm really bad like OCD. So like if that would have been like my poster that happened to, even if it was like the smallest like rip, even at the top of the poster, I would just be like I'd be very anal over it pretty much. I would just I would I wouldn't let it go. It would bother me forever.
Mhm.
And I've done like that's happened to me in like start with like autographed like posters or 8x10s or stuff like that
Mhm.
in the past, and I'll end up just like getting rid of them and selling them to somebody
Mhm.
online or something because it just I don't know. There's something wrong with me,
No,
Dana.
no, and I was very anal when it first happened, and I was very upset with Steve. I was like, "Steve, why aren't you paying attention?" He said, "All right, Dana." He said, I'll pay somebody to get Sam Raimi's signature on another poster or something. I'll buy you another poster." I said, "You don't understand. I went up and I met the man and I talked to him and I watched him as he signed that." I said, "Are you understanding what I'm saying?" Sam Raimi was one of the big ones for me. The Evil
Yeah.
Dead is my favorite horror movie of all time. I love Sam Raimi, and it was a dream come true when I finally got to meet him. I didn't think I was ever going to get to meet that
Yeah,
man.
my Evil Dead poster that's signed by everybody is actually behind me on this door, but it's underneath this Are You Afraid of the Dark blanket I got over it right now. But but yeah, like when I met Sam Raimi, I know we're not talking about Evil Dead now, but I just figured I'd share my Sam Raimi story too. But met him at Horror Hound. I think was that last year? I think it was last year when he was there at Horror Hound, and weird thing I found out about him. So like I had him sign my Evil Dead poster, and so he signed it like how I've seen him sign a bunch of other stuff online and stuff. I've seen people's pictures of their autographs from him and stuff, and I was super happy with it. I was like, awesome. I said, okay, I got one more item for you, and I had him to sign my Evil Dead 2, the Book of the Dead version of
Yep,
the DVD that Anchor Bay put out years ago. That you push like the eyeball and it would like make the
yep.
screaming sound. So I'd had like everybody from the movie sign that already, and Sam Raimi and Ted Raimi were the last two people I needed in that book, and so I got both of them at that show. And when Sam Raimi, after he had just got done signing my Evil Dead poster, then I presented my Book of the Dead DVD to him to sign, and he signed his name completely different from how he signed it
Oh,
on my poster.
that's wild.
And I was like, okay, that's weird. And then like it bothered me for like a day because I didn't really like how he signed my Book of the Dead version, like because it
Mhm.
looked so much different from his signature on my poster. And so I reached out to one of my good friends, Jeremy Moorhead, who, he's a huge autograph collector. And I was like, "Hey, you've met Sam Raimi, right?" And he's like, "Yeah." And I said, "Okay, I had him sign, a couple different things for me. I wanted to see if you have any kind of knowledge on this." And he's like, "Did he sign it completely different on the second item?" I was like, "Yeah." And then he goes, and then he sends me a picture. And he's like, "Was it like this?" And and I was like, "Yeah, that's exactly how he signed my Book of the Dead DVD." He goes,
Uh,
"Yeah, he does that. If you have more than one item, he'll sign his name in a bunch of different ways. How many ever items you got?" I was like, "Well, that's interesting." So
I wonder if he does it because he thinks that people are gonna just offload this on eBay and
I don't know, like why? Because I had him personalize it, both of my
right.
to Chris. So like, I don't know. Maybe it's just a little quirk he has about him.
Yeah, that was the other thing I was saying. But I'll never forget when I met him at the Comic Con. He smiled and said, he said, "I love the way you say things." And so I'm assuming he meant he liked that Southern accent
Right.
that I have. I know Kane Hodder wanted me to keep talking when I met him years ago at a Scarefest. He's like, "Say something again." It was just like, and he was trying to emulate my accent, and it just wasn't quite working because this is Kane Hodder. He's from a totally different area than we are. So I just thought that was neat. I've always hated my Southern accent, but people that are not from the South or from our area, the area where I'm at,
Yeah.
the area where Chris and Candace are at, Uncle Bill and CK, where they're from, people just are in love with that accent for
Yeah, it's true because all kinds of places that me and Candace have traveled to, like out of state, when we go, we talk to people there, they always do the same thing. They like, where are you guys from? I love your accent, and
Mhm.
and just to like, and like I can remember the last horror hound they had in Indianapolis that we went to and stayed. When I went there to check in, like the guy in there working at the hotel was just like, "Man, I love your accent. Look, where are you from?" I said, "Southeastern Kentucky." He goes, "Oh my God." He's like, "I won't have to go to Southeastern Kentucky. I love your all's accent." And like, I was like, "Okay, whatever." It just kind of gets like aggravating after a while, but
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 then, but but
I
then I
get it.
think about how I am over the British accent. I love listening to people talk that have the British accent. I love it. But then when you talk to them, they're like, "Really?" You know, you talk to a person from the UK and they're like, "Oh, okay," but I guess it's because they hear that accent every day and they hear it so much that they don't even think about it, just like we don't think of our Southern accent unless somebody points it out to us, or unless I used to hate to hear, and I still hate to hear myself on streams. If I'm
Mhm.
playing a stream back just to see if it looks okay, I don't want y'all to think I've conceded and I go back and watch all my streams because I want to see myself. No, I like to go back and see how they sound, how they look, if
Yeah,
there's something that I need to tweak next time.
I do
And
that too with mine. Like, and plus I have to go back and there's like certain things I'll need to edit and stuff,
right,
because
I've had to do that too.
where all my stuff is live like yours. So I don't like pre-record it or anything, and I just I go live, and whatever you get is what you get with that stream, and then
Yeah.
if there's certain things I'll watch back, like, oh, I want to edit that, I want to tweak that a little bit, but
Mm.
I don't do it that much. I kind of let it go most of the time. But I still do what you were saying though. I go back and I watch, and I say, well, maybe I can do things a certain way on the next stream, or I can maybe do it,
Right.
um, just different. This a segment here, talk about this, and then a segment there, and talk about
Mhm.
another thing, whatever. But yeah, but that's just I think that's pretty regular with a lot of YouTubers.
Yeah, and I tend to be a perfectionist. I try to,
Mm.
like, you're talking about a person that will spend 30 to 45 minutes or longer making a freaking thumbnail for whatever YouTube stream or whatever I've got coming up. I mean, I painstakingly, sometimes it may look like I just threw crap together and didn't put any thought into it, but I put a lot of thought into logos. I put thought into thumbnails, the music. Now that I've been dabbling a little bit into the creating the lyrics and having the AI create me a song because I'm not a musician. I know people put AI down a lot, but if you're not a musician, if you can't play an instrument, and for heaven's sake, y'all don't want me to sing, but I can write lyrics. I can do the words, but I need somebody else to play the music. I need somebody else to sing. So this has been a real game changer for me being able to have music that actually says, "Hey, this is what Dana's going to be talking about tonight," or "This is what Dana and Candace are going to be talking about for Friday Foolish," or whatever. Um, but I'm going to go ahead and read through these comments, and then I guess we ought to go ahead and get the party started with
Yeah.
because it is a little over 2 hours.
Right.
Uh, but let's see. TJ is telling Candace the next time we do one of those game streams for Friday Foolish that she needs to do it in bed so she can go to sleep right after. And she says, "Don't tempt me, TJ."
Yeah,
Uh,
because last night's stream was like over 4 hours
it
or
was
something.
over 4 hours. That was like
Wow.
me and TJ level streams when me and TJ were doing those horror on television streams. We would go on for 3
I've
4.
only done one stream on my channel that was over 4 hours, and I said I would never do that again because by the time I was done, oh my god, I was worn out, and I was like,
Well,
I am.
yeah, we were wiped out. Well, Candace was wiped out, I'm sure. Um, let's see. The poet said that game was fun, some tough choices. Yeah, and I think the next 10 rounds we do is going to be even tougher because the Exorcist ain't going to be in that much, and the Exorcist won out last night. TJ said he's talking about Uncle Bill. He says he does like 20 streams. UB is tired. I call bullshit on that. I think Uncle Bill just wants to, watch more movies or something like that. I don't know what he's doing, but he don't do that many dead pit streams. What do you think, Chris? Does he do that many dead pit streams? You think?
I mean, I don't
I
know.
know he did one last night. I know they did the Friday night
Yeah,
lives.
they do the ones on Friday, and then um, which I know that they don't. It's not always streams, but they have videos throughout the week
Yeah,
too that are pre-recorded, and they premiere on the channel.
yeah.
But as far as like live streams, I mean, he maybe does like just one, maybe two if you're lucky, a week.
Yeah, I think he could jump on here with us for this. You wait. If he misses this, he'll probably see it later and he'll be texting me or something. So,
Mm.
well, why didn't you invite me? Like I told him he has an open invitation to come on these things
Well,
anytime he wants
it
to.
is the weekend too, so he may be out doing family stuff too.
Yeah. Now I can forgive that. When you get family's important. I always tell Candace that she'll say she's sorry sometimes if something comes up with family related. I say, hey Candace, family comes first. The fun stuff, the streams and stuff, that comes secondary to that. TJ says, I wanted to take a parking lot lamp years ago when I went to the Monroeville Mall. Should have gone at night. And then we would have heard on a news report, a Dawn of the Dead fan got arrested today when they tried to steal the parking lot lamp. And there would be TJ's face there going,
Wow, that would be bad.
hey, I guess I'll just call you Josh. Josh says, hi, everybody, and good afternoon. I just got in. I was doing my writing notebook story. Oh, cool. And hey, Carlos. Carlos says hi to me and Chris. Um, Josh says, I have seen some zombie movies and I got far on it too. Uh, and Carlos says, I saw Dawn of the Dead at a drive-in back in 1979, which is
Oh wow.
that is ultra cool that you got to see it at a drive-in. I got to see it in 3D at the movie theater, which was pretty cool. How long ago was that? A year or two ago when they had it shown at the theaters in 3D. Uh,
I think that was let's see.
or was it more?
I think that was a couple years ago. Was it 2023 when they did that?
Maybe that's what. Yeah, I forget. I can't remember. It's where I can remember my own name. But we did. Me and Steve did. I don't think Steve was as excited over it as I was. I was like, "Ooh, I'm going to get to see Dawn of the Dead in 3D," and Steve was like, "Uh huh." You know, he
I'm
was
not.
nervous.
I'm kind of in that same boat, Dana. I'm not a big 3D person.
Yeah, but Steve's
Um,
not a big Dawn of the Dead person either.
oh, okay. I see.
He
Well,
likes it okay, but he's not like us about it.
so that's what's wrong with him. No kidding.
I love my husband, but yeah, that man's got many things wrong with him. And he'd probably say, well, Dana's got many things wrong with her too. Um, yes, the poet, when there's no more room in hell, the dead shall walk the earth. One of the great quotes from any movie I can think of. And Candace, I think, is talking about you and how you're anal about if one little thing happens
Oh
to you,
yeah, yeah,
poster or whatever.
for
Um,
sure.
Carlos says when Dawn of the Dead was first released, it had a warning saying no one under 17 will be admitted. And yes, it did. It did have that.
I think there was a lot of horror films in the '70s that had that
It had
too.
that warning. Yeah.
Hmm.
Um, AI says, I wanted to slide down the escalator in pennies, but I was too afraid to get kicked out.
Yeah, same here. I wanted to as well, but it's like, no, I don't want to come here and get kicked out.
There were probably a lot of people that wanted to slide down the escalator, just like in the movie.
Yeah,
Um, TJ said, you should have asked Mr. Ramey, can you sign this better?
yeah, yeah. Give me cough up another $100, kid, or something.
Uh, Candace says he was such a nice guy. He was so talkative to Noah too. Yeah, Sam Raimi just is to me he's a low key type of guy. Unless you're Bruce Campbell, and then he'll torture you to death. I mean, there's many stories of Bruce Campbell being tortured by Sam and Rob Tappert as well. Um, Candace says, Dana, I literally have people laugh at my accent who sound worse than me all of the time with my profession. I'm thinking, MF, you sound more hick than me. Yeah, I think I've ran into that too. They're just like, where are you from? And they're from Kentucky too, which
Yeah.
that makes it even worse. AI says, my favorite is Day of the Dead. I like how people must realize the old world is gone. Even if they found the cure, it is too late. Now, a lot of people like Day of the Dead. I've had people call Dawn of the Dead Yawn of the Dead. They dislike it so much. I beg to differ, and I can tell the way Chris is looking there. He begs
Yeah,
to differ on that too.
those people that say that shit need to be thrown through a damn glass window, if you ask me, cause knock some sense into them. Because how can you how can you insult Dawn of the Dead like that? This movie is a masterpiece of horror. I mean, and outside of horror, I mean, it goes. There's action, there's drama, there's a bit of comedy here and there throughout the film. Even kind of with the zombies involved. If you think about like the pies to the face when the bikers come in and
Yeah,
everything. I mean, this is just the total package when it comes to a horror film. But
yeah.
I'm biased here though. It is my favorite
Well,
horror
if
film
you're
of all
biased,
time.
I'm biased too. I mean,
So
I love this film. Even though The Evil Dead is my favorite horror film of all time, I don't even have to think when I had a guy recently ask me what my favorite horror film was. I said The Evil Dead. Uh,
mhm.
but I love zombie films. Well, let me back that up. I like old school zombie films. I like George Romero stuff and early George Romero stuff because God bless you, George Romero. I got to meet you before you passed away, and I still love you. But some of his later stuff, I don't know what happened, but it just wasn't
Yeah.
the same. I love George Romero. I'll love him till the day I die. But it just I don't know.
The last movie that I really loved of Romero's was probably Land of the Dead. I really do like that movie a lot, and
Mhm.
but once they got into the later entries like Diary of the Dead and Survival of the Dead,
I
I've
absolutely hated Diary of the Dead and
I've
so
watched yeah, I've watched those 2 just one time only, and I've never watched them again since. And I don't mean that as any disrespect, to Romero because Romero is one of my all-time favorite directors. But it's just, they just didn't, come up to par with
mm,
his previous work that he put out. Because I think that he got to a certain point in his career where he was just kind of, I don't want to say he was running out of ideas, but you know what
mhm.
I mean, like it just like he already put out his best work. But I
Yeah.
think there's a lot of directors like that. Even Carpenter has his kind of low points, or Wes
Raimi has had
Craven, or
his low points too.
Toby Hooper. Just
Yeah.
a lot of those guys that were that are legends in horror of directing. But not every single entry in their filmography is going to be like the greatest thing ever or whatever.
Right, exactly. Exactly. Hey Blair. And TJ says this stream got violent before the movie. Yeah, we don't get too violent,
Yeah,
but um, me and Chris were having a back and forth, and he wasn't even live on the stream with me. Me and Candace went up against Chris on The Shining, the Kubrick's film.
it's the truth, Dana. It's just the truth.
Mm. All right, I'm going to read this one last comment that Candace got, and then we really got to get started, or we'll be having a 4-hour stream like me and Candace did last night. Um, Candace says George was such a sweetheart. I'll never forget sitting next to him and smelling his Brute cologne. I'd seen close to him too. There's a picture of me with it, but I didn't smell Brute cologne. But he was, um, Candace said that's the same kind that her papa wore. Um, and yeah, George Romero was such a sweet man, a very laid back person, and I'm really happy that I can say that I did get to meet him, and I
He was
did get to
cool.
tell him how much I enjoyed his work on the films that he did. And I got to sit there beside him. I can't say I've actually got to sit by everybody that I've met and got a picture with. Most of the time nowadays, you're standing next to them. But I sat beside George Romero. I remember sitting beside Angus Scrimm as well, which was, even though Angus Scrimm was unfortunately reaching the end of his life, he didn't live much longer after I met him. But he was sweet and nice, not at all like the tall man. It's hard to believe he played the tall man when you're sitting right next to him. And I remember him looking at my sphere, um, and before he signed it, he saw Don Coscarelli's signature, and that was before I got everybody else to sign it. And he said, "Oh, somebody else has signed this for you." I said, "Yeah, Don Coscarelli did." And he sat there and he looked at that at Don Coscarelli's signature for a little bit, and he was getting ready to eat his lunch. Somebody had just brought him lunch, and I felt bad, and I said something about. I said, "I feel bad, that you're getting ready to eat," and he was like, "No, no, no," and he sat there and talked to me for a while, took a picture with me and everything. Very, very sweet man. Another one that, like George Romero and many others that have already went on, that'll be really, really missed forever and ever. TJ says Dana met Romero and Scream right before they passed away. Well, I didn't meet Romero right before he passed away. I think it was a few years before Romero passed away, but I didn't kill him, I promise. Okay. But anyway, again, I'll give everybody about a minute or so that's going to be watching along with me and Chris tonight. But I am using the old Anchor Bay Blu-ray, but the link I have in the chat is for the same version, I'm pretty sure. And we are queued up or I'm queued up on the Blu-ray about 12 seconds in. It says Herbert R. Simon and Billy Baxter present the Laurel Group production. And I'll give y'all a few seconds here, and then it's almost 8 o'clock. Usually I don't, but we got to talking about different things, and it's always fun to talk about and reminisce about these conventions and meeting people and things like that. I even met Tom Savini, folks. And a lot of people don't have good things to say about Tom Savini. Ooh, that is cool.
Do you have this, Dana?
I don't believe so. No.
This is Waxwork Records put this out a couple years ago,
I
and
think I missed out on that. I think I was wanting to get it and I was strapped for cash at the time.
yeah, this is the it's three different vinyls, and the vinyl of it is actually really cool. Um, it's like just a
Oh,
solid
yeah.
kind of lime green.
That's awesome.
And I think the other ones in there are different colors, but yeah, just it's a really good pickup if you guys like Dawn of the Dead, you love the music like me and Dawn of the Dead.
Mhm.
Um, it's kindly expensive now, where it's not been out for a couple of years now. I think this is around like $70 now on eBay,
Oh, I figured
which
it'd be more than that.
which it was like I think it was like 55 or something when I got
Yeah,
it.
that
So
seems right. All right, folks, we're going to go ahead and we're going to do the countdown. We're going to go ahead and get started. And y'all, if Uncle Bill comes in here, let's give him a hard time if
let's
he
give
does.
him hell. Give him absolute hell.
And then he's probably watching this, lurking around, saying, "Oh gosh, I ain't coming in there. They'll massacre me if I come in there now." Um, but anyway, here we go. 3, 2, 1. Let's play. We're off and running with that shag carpet. I call it shag carpet because that's what it
It
looks
does. It
like.
does. It does look like it. Which there was a lot of places like that in the '70s that would have like those walls
Oh yeah.
that would look like the shag carpet. And me and Candace went to Memphis one time. We went to Graceland, which was Elvis Presley's home, and he has a room in there called the Jungle Room.
Mhm.
And there's stuff. The walls are like that in the Jungle Room. So
And there is Galen Ross, aka Alexis Tubin. If you don't know what I'm referring to, just watch Mad Men.
yeah,
That's all I'm gonna say.
she welcomes that now, and there's
Yeah,
Romero himself
yep,
there.
Romero. And Romero's wife at the time.
Christine Forrest Romero.
Hmm. Candace says, yeah, Elvis was like, let's get shaggy, baby. I
So,
like too the way this movie starts out. I mean, it just
mhm.
gets right into it, doesn't it, Chris? It's just so tense
Yeah,
from the
and
first minute.
David Crawford there, which is one of the guys sitting,
Hmm.
going back and forth debating. He was one of the very first guests that I ever met at a convention. So my first convention back in 2009 was at Cinema Wasteland in Ohio, and yeah, he was one of the guests at that show, and he was like the second or third person I ever met at a convention. And I actually had him like sign his name on a photo, but I had him write the line like um, the things that kill, they get up and kill. That whole thing that he says here in
Right.
just a minute. And he's like, "You want me to write that whole thing?" I was like, "Yeah."
That reminds me, I mean, this has nothing to do with Dawn of the Dead, but when I met Bill Moseley, which was another highlight, I loved meeting Bill Moseley. So I met Bill Moseley a few years ago at a convention,
Mhm.
and he asked me what I wanted. Did I want any particular quote or anything on my picture of him that I was getting signed? And I was like, "Oh gosh, I don't know." And he just starts yelling out lines, and when he got to "Lick my plate, you
You
dog
dog
dick,"
dick.
I was
Yeah.
like, "That's the one."
Yeah.
And Steve was like, "Oh my god, Dad, I can't believe you had him put that quote." I said, "That is so hilarious, though."
Um,
But he was yelling out "Dog will hunt" and just the different ones.
I always love because when it was going through the opening credits there just a minute ago, um, I always thought it was cool that the weapons coordinator on the film is Clayton Hill, who is the
Yep.
escalator zombie. Um, who's married to Sharon Hill, who is the nurse zombie in the film. So, and John Amplis did the casting. Just very cool, like all the names that you see that were involved with this film. Because John Amplis, I don't think he has one small role in this when
Mhm.
the Raiders like up on the rooftop. He's the
Right.
one that gets shot here in a little bit, but I think that's the
Doesn't
only
he have
role
a
he has.
fake beard and stuff on in that?
Yeah, he's like the bandana, and
Right.
he looks like a Hispanic or something, but they've got him all made up. Um, but that's really cool that like he even though he has that little small role, and we know him from like Martin
Yeah.
and Creep Show and all these other things, Romero projects, Night Riders. Um, but he did the casting for this, so and I think he did an excellent job. He chose some really good people for this movie. Kim Forey, I think this was one of his very first
Yeah.
roles. So, and this is it really like defined his whole career, just about.
Oh, yeah. Uh, TJ did mention Romero's wife at the time, Christine Forrest. He says she doesn't get enough credit for her contribution to Romero's
She
movie. She worked
doesn't, and
as
I agree.
crew, produced, she did casting, she was all over his early films.
She did your wardrobe. I mean, all kinds
Yeah.
of stuff she did. Um, but yeah, I agree with that, TJ, for sure.
I do as well. But since Chris mentioned John Amplis, I got to tell my John Amplis story. I had the biggest crush on a very young John Amplis and Martin. That was like my first really. I mean, I knew John Amplis had did other parts, but he was all over the film Martin because he
Yeah,
was Martin.
he was the main character pretty much.
And I was just enamored of John Amplis. And so when I met him at a convention years after watching Martin for the first time, and I bet Steve was over there shaking his head when there was a meeting because I was just gushing. I was like, I had the biggest crush on you and Martin, and he was like, oh, he was so sweet about it. He could have, maybe after I left, he might have went, but at least while I was there, he was very sweet to me and nice. And the experience of meeting John Amplis was a very good experience.
The only person that I have not met from the main cast of this is Galen Ross.
Hmm.
Um, and she doesn't do as many convention appearances as she used to anymore. So I I would love to meet her. I mean, I just don't know if I'm ever going to get to at this point. Um, but everyone that I have met from that worked on this movie, from Romero to Kim Forey to David MG to Scott Reiniger to just several of the different zombies throughout the film. Everyone has been super cool. I mean, even like Tom Savini. I know there's a lot of horror stories about Tom Savini, but
When I met Tom Savini, he was very nice to me.
yeah, me too. But I've met him a few different times, and I've never had an issue with him.
And I just saw John Amplis. Speaking of John Amplis, he was screaming around and carrying on. He looks like
Mhm.
Charles Manson or something. They're in a
Well,
Hispanic Charles
a mix between Charles Manson and Richard Ramirez, maybe.
Manson. Exactly. Oh, there he is.
There he is. Yeah, it's crazy. Like for years, I didn't know that was him, and then um, when I met him at a convention, like so Candace was just talking about that, because he was really kind when we met him at Scarefest, and we bought this poster from him that like had his name, and it then had all the different roles from the different Romero movies that he was in, and then like I seen that picture on there of that character from this, and I was like, holy shit, that was you.
Yeah, I mean, at first glance, you're not even thinking John Amplis.
No, I mean it looks nothing like him. I mean,
Oh
they
man,
made him up so well.
that guy's head just got blew off. This is one of my favorite. This is chock full of favorite scenes,
Mm.
by the way. But that is one of my favorites when that guy's head just
Well,
explodes. bet she was.
that and just this whole segment from like when
Yeah,
when the one woman like comes down the hallway and then the I guess it's supposed to be like her husband or whatever comes out there
yeah,
and he bites like a chunk of
bites
her
her.
arm off. I mean, there's a ton of stuff like just within these. I mean, this is just the first few minutes of the movie, people, and it's
Right.
already complete chaos.
Oh, damn. And Candace did mention, she says, John was really nice to Chris and
Mhm.
I. After meeting us at Scarefest, he hunted us down later that day and gave us a photo. I believe it was. He said that he thought we were such a lovely
Yeah,
couple.
he was so cool. I loved him.
And TJ says, I saw Galen Ross at a con years ago, but didn't meet her, but saw her do a live Q&A, which that's cool too. I love Q&As.
Hmm.
But I can't get Steve to go to Q&As like I used to get him to go
I
to
like this part right here. This guy's ready. He goes, "Shoot it, man! Shoot it in the head."
them. Yeah.
He's getting ready to say it here. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Oh, this big Afro zombie. You
Yeah,
know,
that's what I was gonna say. Yeah, that's so crazy.
I love all the different styles of the
Right.
zombies in this one more than any other zombie film, just
And
because there's so many different ones.
people, and I'm not putting anybody down that has made fun of this in the past, because I think even good old Uncle Bill has made fun of this recently. But like the guy that played the Hare Krishna or plays the Hare Krishna
Not
zombie in
Christopher.
this,
Yeah.
um, and it might have not even been him, but it was somebody from Dawn of the Dead that people have talked about. Why on earth are they charging X amount of dollars to get their autograph? Who were they? Well, hell, people, they were in Dawn of the Dead, one of the greatest zombie movies ever made. I mean,
Well, I can agree with that to an extent though, because like there are like certain zombies that are featured that I feel like
mhm,
are worth whatever they're charging, unless it's like
right,
something crazy or like $60-$70 or something. But but some of these more like background zombies that weren't featured, you maybe see them for like a split second in the film. I
mm,
mean, I don't even really even bother with those, but that's a personal preference for me.
right, and I understand that, and I probably wouldn't pay those over, inflated prices for what's little more than a background zombie.
Hmm.
But I just, some people go, and I'm not talking about Uncle Bill here. I'm just saying some people go completely overboard, ranting and raving about, why, who are they? Why are they here? It's just like, don't meet them. Don't get their autograph. There's no sense ranting and raving. People will go on for an hour on a stream talking about somebody that we don't even think about,
Right.
and why they, why waste your breath on it? These people ain't gonna care that you're ranting and raving because they're charging $100 for an autograph at a convention, and they were some zombie in a Romero film about 10 rows back or something. But I understand what Chris is saying. I understand
Yeah, like there's
it is.
certain ones like I the more featured ones that I was interested, which I have met, like Mike Christopher, who was the Harry Krishna zombie, Leonard Lyes, who was the machete zombie. You got Jim Crut, who was the helicopter zombie. There's a
Yeah.
Sharon Clayton. Well, I never got to meet Clayton Hill, but I got to meet Sharon Hill because by the time I started going to conventions, Clayton Hill had already passed away.
Right.
But like they're all like I'm talking about just zombies like that. It's ones that are kind of featured multiple times or have kind of like those standalone segments or scenes in the film that really make them like, oh, that's a cool looking zombie. Like
Right.
I have a Dawn of the Dead poster. It's a reprint, but it was released in some other country. I can't remember, but like the main photo on that poster is the machete zombie, and I
Right.
think that because that's one of the most memorable zombies that
Yeah.
people remember from the film.
Hmm.
So
Leonard
and just
Leonard Lees or Lies or how you
yeah,
pronounce
however Lee's lies. I'm not sure how you pronounce it. It's
it.
spelled Lies like
Yeah.
lies, but yeah.
He's my friend on Facebook. I seen,
Hmm.
post things every once in a while. Yes, TJ, you are correct that some people like to complain. He says you should read some people's live stream comments. You know what? I I have been on the receiving end of some harsh comments sometimes, or comments making fun of. I'm not going to really get into this, but I've had people make comments about my appearance, and I know I'm not the best looking person in the world, but I don't think I'm the worst looking person in the world either. I've had people put me down for using AI a little bit in my thumbnails, other things, and I've just learned to ignore that. And if you want to come in here and be a jerk and comment, I'm not going to say anything. I'm not going to give you any attention. You'll just be gone. Give me a few seconds and you'll be gone out of here. So anyway, that's all I'm going to say about people and their comments. Um, let's see. Blair says I'm at Crypticon, Kansas City right now, and I just let the Police Academy Q&A page.
Oh wow. I love Police Academy. So, like, I hate to get off topic because I know we're watching Dawn of the Dead, but like, um, I covered pretty much all the Police Academy movies earlier this year on my channel because I've been a huge fan of those movies since I
Mhm.
was a kid. I love Michael Winslow, not just for Police Academy, but he did voices for a lot of the Mogwais and Gremlins and the Gremlins films. He was in one of the I think it's Cheech and Chong next movie or it's either Up in Smoke or next movie he's in where he's like sitting in the welfare office and he's like, just making all these like random sounds. And but I love that. Mike Winslow, Steve Gutenberg, all those people that were involved with those movies. So that's really cool, man.
Blair also said that Michael Winslow did sounds live at that Q&A, so that's really cool too.
Yeah, he usually like he does stand up comedy and stuff. Like, he was here in Ashland, Kentucky, about a year or so ago, and I didn't get to go to that, but I saw a video from it, and he does like all those different like crazy sounds and stuff, during his stand up. And oh yeah, and Blair says Spaceballs. I forgot. Like yeah,
Mhm.
he does have that one little small part in Spaceballs. I forgot about that.
TJ also says the guy who got his head blowed off was a dummy that was
Yeah,
supposed to be used for Galen Ross and an alternate ending for Dawn. That's
it was
interesting. I love trivia.
I think was it made of like paper mache or something like that, and then like, and I think Savini said he filled it with like some kind of like I don't know if it's like fruit punch or it was something like that that made it like do that big splash effect.
It looked like kind of like Hawaiian punch or something.
I can't remember what he said. It was something like that. I can't remember what he said was in it, but yeah,
I wanted to talk about it. It was the scene before this one where all the bodies were down in the basement of this
yeah,
apartment building. I wanted to remark how creepy I think
it is.
that part of the film is.
I've always thought that same thing. Like that's all. It makes you feel like uneasy. I don't know
Mm.
what it is about it, but it's just like
It's
that's
very
one of the
eerie.
only like parts of the movie where it always gets to that. I'm like, man, like I don't know if it's just where like they're just kind of all like kind of like clustered there together, and it's kind of a part
And then
of this
they're
like
almost like a bunch of worms moving around in there. It's just
yeah, I
uh,
don't know, but
bizarre.
it really stands out for sure.
Uh, Candace also says we've had some of our best celebrity experiences at Q&A. Some get wild. See, that's why I want to go to them because you miss out on some of
Um,
that really surprising stuff that doesn't happen anywhere else.
I tell you what was a really fun one. Me and Candace went to Horror Hound in Cincinnati years ago, where we met Michael Rooker,
Mm,
and this was like during the time when he was still on the Walking Dead TV show, and but me and Candace were there to meet him for Henry Portrait of a Serial Killer. Because
mhm.
I know that's my favorite movie that he's in. I think it's Candace's too, um, and like we got something from Henry Portrait of a Serial Killer signed, but we also got like Candace got a Walking Dead poster sign where he was Merle, and well wait a minute I'm telling this wrong. So she got a Henry Portrait of a Serial Killer picture signed, but he messed it up because he was like talking to us and he wrote like instead of writing to Candace, it said like Kajagoogoo or something. And Michael Rooker's manager looked at it and said, "What the hell are you writing?" And then Michael Rooker looked at it and realized what he did, and he just started like belly laughing. I mean, he just started cutting. He's like, "I'm so sorry." So like he signed another one picture for Candace, let her keep that one he messed up on,
Yeah, that's
and
unique though.
and then he gave her a free Walking Dead poster that he
Oh
signed for her
wow.
too. But it was a very unique experience. I think it was at that same show, like in the because this is when they had Horror Hound in Cincinnati at the hotel that's across the street from the convention center now.
Right.
And I remember at the after party that Saturday night, like he was in the lobby, like hula hooping and stuff. And I mean, it was a different
Imagine a Michael
time.
Rooker hula hoop.
Yeah, it was a very different time that you don't see that kind of stuff anymore happening at conventions,
No.
unfortunately.
I people may say, "Ooh, why do you say you like Henry Portrait of a Serial Killer?" I like it because Michael Rooker is spot on in it.
Yeah,
For one
and Tom
thing,
Towles too. I mean, both
yeah,
of them.
and the movie is very well made. Is it dark? Yes. Does it get under
Yeah,
your skin and stay there? Yeah, it does. It's not a movie I like to watch every day or anything. I
right.
pick my times when I want to watch it. And you don't want to watch it if you're feeling down, don't watch Henry Portrait of a Serial Killer. Watch that in the daylight when you're feeling really good, and you can watch Henry Portrait of a Serial Killer. Steve doesn't even like to watch Henry Portrait of a Serial Killer, and Steve's seen a lot of stuff, and he just says that movie's just too dark for him to watch.
Um, I went to a convention. I think it was a couple weeks ago, 2 or 3 weeks ago. We went. It was here locally to us over in Pikeville, Kentucky. It was a convention called Hollers and Heroes Con.
Hmm.
It was a first year thing they did. They had a few wrestlers there. Eddie Deason was there. If you
Oh,
if you're
that's
familiar with
cool.
Eddie
Eddie
Deason,
Deason was there.
um, they had a little mini like Devil's Rejects reunion. It was Kim Forey. They had Ginger Lynn Allen, Lou Temple, and it was just so different. I don't know if like the convention where it was its first year, they didn't do a lot of advertising. I don't know what it was, but it was like there was hardly anybody there,
Hmm.
and a lot of these celebrities are sitting at their table just basically twiddling their thumbs because nobody was coming. I mean, I bet you I watched for at least maybe 5 minutes or more. I was just standing there talking to my brother-in-law and one of my friends, and I was just kind of and over from me was Kim Forey's table, and I was just kind of watching over there, and he was just sitting. Nobody was coming up to him,
Hmm.
and he finally, I think he just got up and he like just walked around, and he was gone for probably 30 minutes or more. And even when he did come back, we before we left, we went around again, and there was still like nobody coming up to him or a lot of these other guests. I don't know if it was just like just if it was the thing where just there was a lack of promotion. I don't
Uh-huh.
know if they just were people just came to it and didn't have money or didn't expect, they were new to conventions and weren't expecting the autograph prices and stuff to be so high. I don't know, but it was just so odd and like wow, like I don't think I've ever been to a show where like hardly anybody is, nobody's coming up to them. Well, I can think of one other one. It was the first ever convention that me and Candace went to together. It was her first convention. It was a place
Mhm.
in Lebanon, Kentucky called Darkwoods Con, and
Uh-huh.
there, there were probably more guests at that show than there was actually people that paid admission to come in and meet them.
Mhm.
That's how bad it was. So
Okay, now here talking about another disturbing scene. I think this is the one with the two kids,
yeah,
and you
and
don't see this a lot either. This was really bold of Romero to do, I think.
and I think both of these kids that attacked Peter here, um, I think they were just at that Living Dead weekend
Oh,
in
really?
Pittsburgh, yeah, as guests. I think they got added like last minute. Um, trying to remember whose kids those were because I remember Tom Savini talking about like there's somebody on that worked on the film's kids. Um, damn, I can't remember who it was now.
And I've said this before, and I don't want to offend anybody that's like huge fans of The Walking Dead because when The Walking Dead started, I was a huge fan of it. But the thing that happened, and Chris can feel free to disagree with me on this if he does disagree, but we're getting ready to see where the zombie gets the top of his head cut off by the helicopter blades. But what I wanted to say is prior to The Walking Dead exploding
Hmm.
and becoming like something that, your mom would watch or something like it just became zombies became a household name and they weren't on the fringes anymore. And I liked it when zombie stuff was on the fringes. Now zombies are in commercials. The Walking Dead exploded, and that's when the vernacular of conventions changed. And I think a lot of people have said that. That's when things started becoming more overpriced. That's when these horrendous lines kind of started, and there were. I'm not begrudging anybody being able to come to a horror convention if they want to. But all of a sudden, you got these teeny bopper girls wanting to see, a young boy at the time that was in The Walking Dead. And, it was like a boy band concert or something like that. And, and I'm just like, this isn't what I always thought about when I thought of zombie stuff. This, Dawn of the Dead, Day of the Dead, Night of the Living Dead, even, was what I thought about when I thought about zombies. And people were always thought of being a little odd, a little strange for liking this kind of stuff back in the day. And I was okay with that because it was something we felt like was ours. You know what I'm talking about, Chris? As horror
Yeah,
fans, we felt like it was something special. It was something that belonged to us. Now it belongs to everybody, and it just doesn't seem fair, really.
and I mean, I'm on the fence about it. Like, I used to feel that way a long time ago, but the more I thought about it as I, got older, it feels like gatekeeping,
Mm,
and I don't really like being that way. I think, um, even if I don't like the fact that it just, it got super mainstream and just
yeah.
everybody and their brother was, like, a fan of this stuff. But that's how I used to feel. But like as I thought about it more, I'm like, well, like everybody discovers fandom
Mhm.
differently. Some people go down different paths of finding what they really like. Now, and if these people, like if they're soccer moms or they're teeny boppers, whatever they are that likes this stuff, if
Mhm.
you genuinely deep down love this stuff, like a lot
Right,
of the
right,
fans do,
mhm,
I had no problem with that. But if
right.
you're just treating it as a flavor of the month thing, if it's just a trendy
Exactly.
thing that that like you're going to like this for a short time, and then you're just going to kind of fall out of it, and you're not going to care about it anymore, then that's the thing that kind of bothers me,
Right.
because like but from what I've seen, there are a lot of people that do that, but there are also people that got interested in the genre
And
through
maybe
Walking
went
Dead.
back and watched the
Yeah,
Romero stuff and think,
I have a friend that he just started going to conventions not long ago, but he's always just been like a comic guy, like superhero stuff.
mhm,
But by hanging out with me and some of our other friends that are into horror, he's now starting to get into horror. So he's watching movies that he's never watched before, like the Maniac Cop movies, The Fog, a ton
mhm,
of stuff that me, you, and other big horror fans have seen hundreds of times.
right.
But now he's just kind of, but that's the kind of people that I encourage that. Like,
Yeah,
if you just,
that's the positive side of
yeah,
it, and I'm glad that you brought that up. That is the positive side. I guess sometimes I tend to think more of the negative side of it and seeing the inflated
yeah,
prices,
you
seeing
just,
the
you,
long
you just
lines.
have to think about like how, like, the way I said, like, if somebody's coming into it and they're just, they're just liking this just for a short time because it's what's cool, it's what's on
Right.
TV, it's what's, what everybody else is going to see, and then they just kind of like, oh well, I'm not interested anymore, after a short time, that's kind of like, go jump in a lake, pal, or something,
Yeah, that's
but
exactly what I'm
at,
thinking
at
about.
the same time, though, I'm like, I don't want to be that way, because it just feels like I'm gatekeeping. But you know what I mean, though. It's I'm like on the fence about it.
It's hard. Sometimes I just feel like I get so, and people probably think, "Good Lord, Dana, you getting passionate about horror films?" But yeah, it's something I've always loved, and so I get passionate about them, and I'm protective of them. But Chris is right. You tend to slide into that gatekeeping um,
And I've been there like
level,
that. That's
and
something that I had to get, bring, because I used to be, and Candace could tell you, like I was like that with just like movies in general, like just other things I liked, and then I had to like take a step back and just look at it like, that comes off as really rude. I shouldn't be that way.
yeah,
So like, thankfully I've changed, and and so like I'm just, I'm very accepting of people that come into liking the same stuff that I like, the horror or whatever it is, um, but like I said, it's also that other side where if it's somebody they're just
mhm,
doing it because everybody else is doing it and they really have no true interest in it,
right.
get
I
lost, pal.
I think I'm the equivalent of maybe an ex-hippie, like, you're trampling all over my lifestyle here, and I need to become more tolerant, and I'm tolerant about a lot of things, but unfortunately, when it comes to certain aspects of horror films
Hmm.
and horror film history, I get kinda all up in arms about it, and sometimes I do think I need to take a step back and say, "Just mellow out, Dana. It's gonna be okay." Because in reality, no matter how much I am resistant to this new breed of fan, no matter if they're a fair weather fan or they become a fan for the long haul, I still need to be tolerant of them.
Yeah, yeah, because everybody's different, and everybody, like even us when we were kids and we got into horror, we all had our gateways into that horror fandom, and not everybody starts at a young age,
Right,
when it comes to horror, like I said, my friend here recently, just he's the same age as me, and he's just now getting into the genre, like he really loves it now. So
right,
I just think, and another thing that's just kind of like changed my perspective on that is just where, I have a son, and then my nephews too, like they're kind of like, interested in horror and stuff, because and their own way of getting into it is like this Five Nights at Freddy's stuff.
yeah,
While I don't care for the Five Nights at Freddy's stuff, it's still horror though. So,
right.
just like, we as a kid, I had gateways into horror. Well, not really. My gateway was my brother and my dad, because
Well,
they because they
my gateway was my parents and my aunt. That was
yeah,
my
and
gateway to
my
horror.
my because my brother and my dad were showing me all these horror movies and stuff. But then, as I was finding stuff on my own too as a kid. Like when I was a young kid on Nickelodeon, you had like, Are You Afraid of the Dark? You had, Goosebumps, that kind of stuff. That's also, it's kid horror, but it's still horror, and
Right.
it can kind of help develop that. The more and more you know are a fan of that stuff.
Mhm.
So.
Yeah, I had, not only did I have parents who, my mom more so than my dad, really loved horror, got me into slasher films. And now
Mhm.
my mom doesn't even much care for slasher films. She likes haunted house type of stories rather
That's
than,
Candace likes the supernatural stuff and
mhm.
paranormal and all that
And
more than anything.
my dad started referring to slasher films as cut up films. He's like, We won't watch those old cut up films for a day. I said, no, I guess they're just fun. They're fun
My
to
mom would call them killer movies.
killer
Yeah,
movies.
she said you like those old killer movies
Mm,
because I actually I was on the phone with her before this, and and this is before I had asked you. I said, yeah. I said my friend Dana's getting ready to watch Dawn of the Dead on YouTube. Watch along. I said I'm probably gonna ask her if I can join her, and
mm.
she's like, oh, ain't you seen that movie like 100 times or more or something? I'm like, well, yeah, but I want to watch it again.
Well, Chris, I'm here to tell you, you don't ever, I mean, I know you do it to be polite
Right.
because that's the
Well,
kind of person you are, but you don't ever have to ask. Just say, hey, Dana, send me the link, you know,
okay.
because Chris and I always have fun on here, just in the same way that me and Candace always have fun when we're on here doing stuff. And if I can have Candace and Chris on here with me, it's even more fun. But and there's a Sharon
Yeah.
there as
And there's
the
Mike Christopher there, Christian Zombie.
yeah
I love this part so much too when
yeah
they start they're turning on everything in the mall, and then
the
later,
malls, the
yeah,
escalator with the zombies on it.
I love it. And then I love later in the movie as they're just kind of like, you know, they're well established, in this mall setting. Like they've kind of like come to the conclusion this is where they're going to live. This is where they're going to
Yeah,
spend their lives for a while. So they're just kind of like going through the different parts of the mall, and like like Fran is like sitting there. She's like putting makeup and stuff on, and
trying
there's
clothes on and
yeah, and there's like a part where like her and Steven are having dinner, and Peter comes and he's like the waiter for them and stuff, and just or the part when Steven and Peter go to the bank and like they grab the money and they like hold the money up to
now
the security cameras.
isn't this like the best carnival ride or best fun house or best haunted house type of thing? That's the way that I feel like they're treating it. This is just a free for all. They're just going through here knocking these zombies sideways, left and right, and just
Well, I
it's
just
just
feel like
fun.
is super innovative, like
Mhm.
because if you think about horror films, like they're usually set in like a house or a mansion or some kind of weird out there setting that kind of is used in multiple different horror films,
Mhm.
and this was pretty much the first horror film where the entire movie takes place inside of a shopping mall.
Right.
And and that kind of became a trend with later films like Chopping Mall,
Yep.
or and just and there's video games and stuff that was inspired by this and other Romero zombie films, like the Resident Evil games. Like
Mhm.
back when they were doing the first Resident Evil movie, George Romero was the original. Was they were going to do he did a script for the first Resident Evil movie, but they didn't go with. I think they just put out a documentary on that.
Mhm.
Um, but I would have loved to seen that. I would have loved to seen George Romero done that Resident Evil movie.
Oh yeah, that would have been really interesting to see what he could have done with that.
Yeah. I actually have the script printed off here somewhere. I can remember back in like the early 2000s when the script was like floating around on the internet.
Uh-huh.
I went to my mom's work office, and I got in trouble for it because I printed off so many freaking pieces of paper. But I printed off the entire script at her office, and I have it here somewhere. I don't know where it
She
is
was
though.
probably like, "Chris, what have you done?"
She's like, you know how much ink you use in our printers? I was like, sorry, but I wasn't really sorry.
I'm proud of this. Some parts of this, even though it is a wide open mall, though, I wanted to talk about the shot where they're actually inside one of the stores and the zombies are pressing on the glass at the front. That is so claustrophobic, too,
I
even
thought that
though
was a weird looking mannequin.
it's a weird looking
Yeah,
mannequin.
they're all those mannequins were weird looking. It reminds you of like the mannequins in Tourist Trap.
Yeah, yeah, those creepy ass mannequins in Tourist Trap are, yeah,
Yeah,
it's very
I
similar.
love Tourist Trap too.
Candace says, "Look how many movies and shows Dawn of the Dead inspired. I remember even watching Stranger Things and seeing the influence." Oh yeah,
Yeah, like
def-
yeah, because season 3 of Stranger Things, like one of the big settings for that entire season is that shopping mall.
yeah.
Um, so yeah, that's a good
Oh,
point.
there's the escalator. Them sliding down the escalator there.
Do
I
you have
miss
a favorite zombie in this, Dana?
a favorite
Yeah,
zombie. I like Lenny Lee's. I like the machete zombie. I think that's probably my favorite.
I don't know if I have one, but I have ones that kind of stand out to me. That's interesting. And one of the most interesting zombies to me in this is the nun zombie that gets trapped in
Oh
the door, and
yeah.
like and then like, Fran is just kind of sitting there like staring at her, and like you feel sorry for her, so she like opens the door to let her go. Uh, I don't know what it is, but I love that scene. Like it's but with a lot of Romero stuff, there was a lot of like undertones and social commentary there,
Yeah.
with his stuff, and that started pretty much with the original Night of the Living Dead.
Hmm. Yeah, there's definitely a lot of social commentary in Night of the Living Dead. And if you don't believe me, go back and either watch that film for the first time or rewatch it. You got to think about the time period that Night of the Living Dead came out in too,
Hmm.
when the world, or at least our country, was in a lot of upheaval at that time.
Yeah, and like I debated on bringing this up, but there's a stereotype you've probably heard a lot of people say with horror movies that that the black guy always dies first or whatever.
Yeah, they became the token black guy, and
Yeah, like that was always a stereotype. Like always, because I think they even like did that in like parodies and stuff too. Like I
mhm,
think maybe Scary Movie or something. Like, don't you know the black guy
yeah,
always dies first? Well,
exactly.
was this the first like horror film where the black guy doesn't die at all?
It could be, Chris. I'd have to think about that because I'm just not.
But yeah, I mean, but Peter is such a an awesome character.
Yeah,
But it's always been tough for me, like between him and Flyboy. They're my two favorite characters in the film, but I really don't have like a single favorite, But I also love Roger and Fran a whole
yeah,
lot too.
yeah.
Um, well, okay, TJ, I should say,
Oh, Blackula.
hero characters,
Yeah, yeah.
like not the non-villain characters, is what I should say, I guess.
AI says the fat guy falling in the pool, best
Oh
zombie.
yeah, I love that one too.
That's a fun one. I wish
Fran.
I had been old enough to possibly and been in the area where they were filming this, so that I could have been a zombie in this. Wouldn't that have been a great story to be able to tell your kids and your grandkids and stuff that you were a zombie in a George Romero movie?
You know what's crazy is like when they were filming this, you got to think just right down the road from the Monroeville Mall is where Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood was filmed.
Oh, that's great.
So I've always pictured just them filming something from Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood at the same time that
Yeah,
Romero was filming Dawn of the Dead,
can you
and
imagine Fred Rogers
that's what
stepping
I'm
out
saying.
from the set?
I was just always just picture him just like
Oh
coming down the
wow.
road going to the mall, like what the hell's going on in here?
Yeah, and then he was going and uh, teaching kids about all the good things in life, and then next door they're
Yeah.
filming about zombies. Oh man, TJ does say there's a dude in Blackula that's not a villain, so I guess that's what he's referring to, maybe.
Mm. But is it? I
But
don't remember. But
is
is it a
he a
main? Is it a
hero
main
though?
character or anything? Yeah. Is he like a character that's frequently shown throughout the film. Because yeah, I mean, I guess that's what I was meaning. I should have elaborated more.
Oh, TJ, you bring up a good point. That's Warner Shook from Creepshow as the boiler room
Hmm.
zombie. And y'all will laugh probably, but I used to have a crush on Warner Shook too in his younger days. I
Yeah,
don't
he's
know
in the
some of
Father's Day segment, right?
yeah, yeah, as as Cass's brother in the Father's Day segment. Yeah.
Mhm.
Candace says it seems like she's seen somewhere that Fred Rogers liked Dawn of the Dead, so that's pretty
It's very
cool.
possible.
Well, Fred Rogers could have been a secret horror fan. I mean, that's not entirely out of the realm of
Well,
possible.
yeah, Fred Rogers was a very accepting human being. I'll
Yes,
say
yes,
that,
he was.
and he was a big inspiration for me growing up. I'll say that.
I remember watching plenty of Mister Rogers' Neighborhood growing up. But you know what was creepy about Mister Rogers' Neighborhood was not Fred Rogers, and it wasn't Mr. McFeely or anybody like that. It was the Land of Make Believe and Lady Elaine. That crap was freaky.
King Friday and
Yeah,
uh,
all
what
that.
what what was the owl's name?
Oh gosh, oh
So that scene that they just have where he sticks the screwdriver
mm,
into the zombie's ear.
mhm.
Do you think that that's what's inspired the zombie scene in Return of the Living Dead 2, where like the zombie talks and says, "Get that screwdriver out of my head,"
That's
or
I mean that's a very real possibility. In fact, it probably is the inspiration for that. I can't think of anything else that would be.
what you got
But
to think about Return of the Living Dead, like the what it was written by John Russo, right?
at
That
least so,
the
yeah.
novel was at least.
Mhm.
So I mean, John Russo, who had worked previously with Romero, I mean that's what Return of the Living Dead basically was. It was like this big, tribute to the Romero zombie films.
Mhm.
Which I guess at the same well, at least Dawn of the Dead and Night of the Living Dead, because what was it, 85 I think is when Return of the Living Dead came out, and that was
Mhm.
that same year Day of the Dead came out as well.
Right. I think TJ said the owl was X the owl.
Okay. Yeah, he's right. It was XDL.
AI says I always wondered why the mechanic zombie screwdriver zombie pants are so wet or covered in oil. I guess I never really thought about that, but
Well,
that is a good question.
it could be piss because they say
Could be.
when you die that you soil yourself.
Mhm.
So
Well, just like in Phantasm, when that guy in the mortuary gets his head drilled and he falls over, and you see that yellow liquid coming out of there. That guy
yeah.
wasn't really one of the minions of the tall man, so he wouldn't have had that yellow blood. That looked like pee running out of that guy. So,
That's a good point.
um, yeah, and Henrietta the cat. That's right, TJ from Mister Rogers' Neighborhood.
And Daniel Tiger as well.
Daniel Tiger. Yeah. Candace says Mister Rogers' Neighborhood is one of my favorite things in the whole world. I absolutely love Fred Rogers. I do too. And since that movie came out about him, and Tom Hanks, one of my favorite actors ever, played Fred Rogers in the movie, it's I think that really let more people in on the fact of what a unique and special person Fred Rogers really was.
Hmm.
Um, but I was going to talk about the screwdriver in the zombie's head scene. Now I don't know how many of y'all. I know TJ has because we did a whole series of streams talking about Tales from the Dark Side, or maybe I did that. I don't know. Me and TJ, or me by myself did. I think it was me and TJ though. There was an episode of Tales from the Dark Side called "Sorry Right Number," and it
Mhm.
was based on a Stephen King story. Well, the main guy in this, or one of the main people in it, was a writer. Just like Stephen King, he wrote horror stories. And they had made a movie out of his book, Spider's Kiss. Well, he's watching the movie based on his book, and lo and behold, if you look on the TV, what he's actually watching is Dawn of the Dead, and they
Mm.
actually show that scene of the screwdriver going into the zombie's head. So, if you don't believe me on that, look up Sorry Right Number, that episode Tales from the Dark Side, and give it a watch.
Mm.
TJ says, I'm very forgettable. No, TJ, you're not very forgettable. My brain is mushed most of the time. So, but see, that's the other fun thing about watch alongs. And I see almost everybody do this that does watch alongs is we talk about the movie, but we talk about everything in between as well. And
Yeah.
there's parallels between this and other things. Oh, and there's the Hare Krishna zombie. You know. Oh, and Romero did work on Mister Rogers' Neighborhood, folks. If you didn't know that already.
I didn't know that. That's interesting.
TJ says you can tell it's the 70s. None of these doors have locks.
Yeah. Like I said earlier, like I Fran, I like all the main characters in this of the whole group, but she would probably be my least favorite of the main group.
Yeah,
Um,
because and I don't fault George Romero with doing this. Um, but it seems like the men have more to do.
well, that and just like I don't know, like she comes across as sort of a strong female type, but at the same time, like she comes up, she almost like that damsel in distress, like one
Yeah,
of the
exactly.
weaker characters.
Like right here,
Um,
she's kind of at
and
the most.
this a lot of her interactions with the other characters, even with Steven, who's like is her boyfriend.
Yeah,
It just like just the interactions. I don't know. They seem very awkward to me, but at the same time, that kind of works for
mm,
how the tone of the film, and it's just so that's why I still do like her and her character because it just kind of adds as another part of that charm to the movie.
right. Well, hey, Cheetah, I'm glad you're here, but I'm sorry if you were looking for a Meatballs 2 chat. We're watching Dawn of the Dead, so I hope that was kidding because we ain't going to have Meatballs 2 tonight. So
Even though on my channel tomorrow night I will be talking about the first meatballs though.
there you go. So you can go on Chris's stream and watch as he talks about several summer camp.
Yeah,
Um,
I mean meatballs and the burning and Ernest goes to camp and a whole bunch of other ones. So yeah, check that out if you guys are interested.
That's a itty bitty TV. I'm just thinking of my big screen TV in the living room. And I look at these little bitty TVs that people
That's
have.
like that TV that he was watching is also like similar to the model that Johnny Depp has in Nightmare on Elm Street.
Yes, you are correct on that. Sharp eye there, Chris. Chris catches a lot of things that I don't catch. And then I think back on it, I'm like, oh, yeah.
Well, I only point that out because I just watched Nightmare on Elm Street again like a week or two ago. So
You're not supposed to tell us you cheated, Chris.
and I was just like, oh yeah, that's like that TV, that he had. So
Now here's where they reveal that Fran is pregnant because the guys were saying she looks sick, and and Steven, aka Flyboy, says that's because she's pregnant. And wouldn't that be? I mean, I can see why these guys are looking all concerned, and they start talking about abortion and think or hinting at abortion and stuff, is because can you imagine bringing a baby into a world that is like this?
Yeah, and I feel like that's another part, of with this film that inspired stuff in The Walking Dead, because they did that in The Walking Dead where
Mhm.
Rick and uh, Lori, I think was his wife's name, that had the baby, and but, she becomes a zombie after she gives birth.
Right.
But and then Rick is pretty much in the group he's with is left to raise this baby in this zombie apocalypse.
Right.
So I can definitely understand, like I will say that I'm against abortion,
Mhm.
you know, but in this sense of where that based on that conversation that Stephen and Peter were having, it's a different situation. So the world that they're living in is not like how the world we're living in. You know what I
Right.
mean? So it's a very difficult situation to be put in, and that's I really don't know what I would do if
Yeah,
I were in that situation.
it's it's just unfathomable at this point. And some people will say, "Oh gosh, y'all are reading too much into it. It's a zombie film, folks." But again, this goes back to social commentary,
Yeah,
and
yeah,
I believe that George Romero was trying to make some kind of social commentary. Why else would you have that? Even have that discussion? Um, and I'm not saying whether George Romero was for or against abortion. Um, I personally am not for abortion. I could not have an abortion, even if I got pregnant and it wasn't the best time for a baby. I couldn't do it. That's me personally. But there are things going on in our society right now where they're trying to prevent women from having abortion that will die if they try to give birth to a baby,
yeah.
or they could die and the baby could die as well, you know. So even though I don't believe in abortion, I have to think about what sometimes would be the best thing for a woman that's told
Right.
you and the baby could both possibly die.
Yeah, it's a tough situation to be in. So like
And I
that's
would
why
not want to be put in that situation, you
that's
know.
why I can't speak too much on it. I don't really have much of an opinion on it because I'm not a woman, so I don't really have a say in that.
Right. But we've got a bunch of men trying to tell women what they should do with their bodies, and that's all I'm going to say about it, because we could get into a whole. People could come on here and
Yeah.
be really pissed off at me saying stuff. So I will not continue that. But I will say there is a lot of social commentary in this film.
Mm.
TJ says Romero fighting the horror trope of the woman being the weakest. She didn't want her character to be a wimp, so I think her attitude is her trying to make her part more than just the girl. Yeah, I could see that. And AI says Ken said they really got to drink real Jack Daniels here. So
Oh, I'm sure they
that
got
was
to do
my
more than just drink Jack Daniels on this set.
highlight. Candace says, on a side note, the baby chicken is at our front door, Chris.
Yeah, there's a baby chicken that's been wandering around our house. We tried to catch it earlier because we was afraid it was going to run out into the road. Um, but we're not keeping that baby chicken, by the way. So forget
Chris is
that.
saying that live on the stream here. Um, oh boy, Stephen, you get pissed off much? He looked seriously pissed off when he was slamming those bullets down.
I love Steven. I love Flyboy in this. I mean,
Mm,
and I mean, he's kind of an asshole, and he's very
yeah, yeah.
selfish. But it's just the way that David MG how he portrays the character.
Mhm.
It's it's comical to me in certain ways. Like
Right.
earlier at when they were at and with the helicopter zombie and everything, and like how like when he saves Fran from the zombie that's coming towards her, and he picks up the hammer and he just like wildly swings where he
Yeah,
knocks his own self down in the
yeah.
process. I'm like, what the hell is he doing there? But it's just I just love him in this. It's because he's just so funny to me how he acts. And David MG was, before he passed away, I got to meet him, and
Mm.
he was such a nice guy. So
Yeah, I
nice.
wish I had gotten to meet him. Unfortunately, I didn't get to.
Why didn't you, Dana? You were at that show that I met him
I
at.
know, I know. One of my great regrets, and I have several of them, not meeting Gunnar Hansen when I could have. It's
Oh
one of
my
those things,
gosh.
and I think that me and Chris have talked about this before. Is in our minds sometimes we think, oh, they'll be at the next one. That's how my mind works. They'll be at the next
See,
one.
I used to do that, and I did that on
Yeah.
a couple occasions, and I really screwed myself on that because I did that with David Hess. He passed away.
I
There
did
was
get to meet David Hess at Cinema Wasteland years and years ago.
Yeah, there's been like wrestlers in the past that I wanted to meet, and then like I said, well, I'll meet them at another show, and then that never
Uh,
happened because they would pass away or whatever, and just
That's
eh.
why now when Steve tells me, and I love my husband again, folks, but nowadays Steve will tell me, why don't you save your money, Dana, and you can get that person next time? I'm like, no, no, no.
Well,
I'm
see,
not doing that anymore.
and the last time that I screwed up in that situation was with George Wendt, and George Wendt just passed away here
Yeah.
recently, and I just went to a horror hound like I think it was last year that he was at is where you
Hmm.
met William Cat.
Yep.
They were both at that show, and I decided not to meet him at it. At George went, and then I said, well, I'll get him at another show. They'll have him again, but of course, we nobody expected him to pass away. So,
Right.
um, yeah, it sucks when somebody you really want to meet, and then you like they're right there, like you're able to, but you're like,
Yeah,
ah,
you're a
I'll,
few
I'll,
feet
I'll
from
get
them.
him. I'll get him next time. But there's always a next time. You don't know what's going to happen to anybody from day to day.
No,
So
you do not. Somebody could walk, and I'm not saying this to be funny. Somebody literally could go to walk across the street and get hit by a car and die. They could be in a car accident and die. I
yeah,
mean, in this day and age, you could walk out of your front door and somebody could blow your head off. And I'm not trying to be funny here. I'm dead serious about this kind of stuff. Some people have, I want to see what Chris thinks about this. Some people over the years have remarked about how slow the Romero style zombies are, and how come you can't get away from them? What's your take on that, Chris? How would you answer somebody that complains about that?
because of the slow zombies.
Yeah, and the fact that they feel like that the person or person should be able to easily get away from them.
Well, first of all, it's a movie,
Right. That is a really good point.
and if it were just the way that people perceive it as, it's like oh well they could easily get well yeah duh, but that would just that'd be a short movie if they did it that way. And it's just a matter of storytelling. It's
Right.
just a matter of like you know just everybody's perception of it. I guess like if you look at it, like yeah, they could probably they're slow, you get away from it easily, but there's also like times like this part in the movie right here, like where
Right.
they're kind of put in this situation where they got to move these trucks around, and like there's just so many zombies that
Yeah,
they're
there's a big
overwhelmed. They
cluster
can't
of 'em.
they can't keep their eye on on the zombies and what they're trying to do at the same time. So they're not always going to have that like kind of perspective where they can say, "Oh, well, yeah, I know that zombies here," or whatever. And like so, but it's another like just a whole part of storytelling, Like and I just think people just analyze that part
They
of zombie movies
overanalyze, yeah.
way too much. There's a lot of other things that don't really make sense that's in movies that you could complain about. But with the whole slow zombie stuff, that's how the whole zombie movement started was with slow zombies,
Right, exactly.
and they kind of developed and evolved over time. But yeah, you know what I'm saying?
So, Chris, on the heels of that, what is your take on the fast moving zombies? Do you call those zombies or do you call
Yeah,
those infected
I
people?
mean, it just depends on what the movie itself calls it. I go with whatever because I didn't write the shit. So I just but so you got to go. You got to respect the person that wrote those characters, or if they want to call them zombies or infected or walkers or whatever.
Right.
You know, um, but because in the end, that's all they are stories. It's
Mhm.
not it's not real. People's got
Right.
to understand that. People got to stop being so anal about that. Like,
Now,
you look at the zombies in Return of the Living Dead, and I love Return of the Living Dead
mhm,
because there's comedy involved with that too.
yeah.
Some of the zombies even talk like send more cops, send more
More
paramedics,
paramedics,
all
yeah,
that stuff.
exactly.
It's just they don't have to be slow moving. They don't have to be fast moving. They can be
Right.
whatever.
Mhm.
I'm one of those people that just really love if I'm involved with the story, if I really like the story and it really draws me,
Mhm.
that's all that matters. You know.
Right. Right. I I don't have a problem with fast moving zombies, but my preference is the George Romero
Yeah,
style of
like
zombies.
exactly. Like we all have our own personal preferences, and that would be mine as well. Just because Dawn of the Dead is my favorite horror film of all time. Um, it's also my favorite zombie movie.
Mhm,
So like just I love George Romero in general.
mhm.
So yeah, there's just a lot of reasons why that's my personal preference of those types of zombies. But I can also respect that that everybody else may not feel the same way as I do, but I'm not going to down them for that. For liking something different from what I do.
Right, exactly. And if we want to, like Chris said, it's a freaking movie. And Jason, people should be able to get away from Jason too. But Jason seems to freaking teleport all over the place. If you think about it, he's way, way behind somebody, and all of a sudden he's in front of them and stabs them with something, or. Um, but we have fun with the Friday the 13th movies because people don't take it so seriously. These
Right.
are not meant to be taken that
Yeah, I
seriously.
mean it's all fun, it's just fun, just as long as you can try to watch a movie and have fun with it, unless it's something that's just so bad that it's like, oh God, I want to turn this shit off. Like just sit there and just have fun with it. Don't overanalyze horror movies,
Mhm.
people. Just you're gonna drive yourself crazy doing that.
Yeah, because they're not, I don't think these horror movies are not meant to be analyzed. They're not the type of movies that you write. I'm sure there are people that might write college theses on them, but they're not meant to be super analyzed. They're not meant to write scholarly papers on. They're meant for you to have fun for an hour and a half, or in this case, a little over 2 hours, and just forget like the stress of the day and just have fun with it. And that's why I have these watch alongs for these movies so we can have fun.
Dana, I'll be right back. Okay.
Okay. So y'all be stuck with me for just a little bit till Chris comes back. And then I think when Chris comes back, I'm going to have a restroom break. And, oh, Roger just got bit there, folks. I agree with you that Romero is about infection, not fast moving zombies. Yeah, and Roger is losing it, Jay. Right before this happened, he pretty much was. So, gang, we're in case you aren't watching along, we are a little over an hour into the film. So, fun movies like this, I've said this before, I'll say it again. They tend to move fairly quickly. They don't feel like 2 hour movies. But I wanted to remark on how, I mean, I'm watching it on a smaller scale, but I had forgotten how great this film looks even on Blu-ray. I have the 4K of this from Second Sight and it looks fantastic. But, just me watching this on the Blu-ray on a smaller screen, it looks really, really good as well. This looks like some kind of shop my dad would have went to back in the day. Yes, TJ, there is some political stuff and a lot of seriousness to it. Um, but there is fun mixed in there. Yeah, and I think that Romero or any other director that has done this way is smart to do them that way, to have some fun, to have some comedy. Just like Chris was talking earlier, that scene hasn't come up yet, but the when the motorcycle gang is throwing pies in the faces of the zombies and stuff like that, it has a whole Three Stooges type of a vibe. Um, and again, I think Romero was really smart to do that. Had he made this film just completely 100% serious, I don't think we would be sitting here talking about it and having so much fun with it. Ooh, excuse me, folks. I about drank all my energy drink here. I don't want to drink too many because anybody that drinks energy drinks frequently knows that if you drink too many of them in close succession to each other, and you're really not supposed to drink more than one at a in a day or whatever, it will seriously mess up your stomach. Yeah, a day is definitely a more serious film. Guys and gals, I don't mean to be yawning during all this. Whew. Hey, Zoe. I got my Zoe girl in here with me. She's laying in the dog bed. Yeah, that's a good point to bring up. Roger lasts 3 days, longest time to turn into a zombie. And yeah, and for one was somebody that hated to see the character Roger go or turn. And there was the nun zombie that Chris was talking about a little bit earlier. You're right, TJ. I don't know if that's fireworks starting already. I don't know about y'all, but people start their fireworks activity way ahead of July 4th around here. There's Darcy coming in here. Here's more shots of the nun zombie. I'd almost forgotten about the nun zombie till Chris brought her up. Hi, girl. Come on. Oh, want to come up here? Here's my Darcy gang. She sometimes will make an appearance. Won't you, girl? Yeah, that's right, TJ. You say, yeah, it's not about America, it's about making boom noises outside. People will use any excuse nowadays around here, at least, to let off really loud fireworks. TJ, you say the car they use in the mall is a Scirocco. Yeah, that's the car Betsy Pamela Voorhees Palmer mentions was the car she wanted to buy, which is why she took the Roman Friday 13th. You're exactly right. Darcy, you gonna go to sleep? I think she's gonna go to sleep like this. You gonna go to sleep? And if y'all hear something in the background, uh, Brink, one of our dogs, is having some health issues. We have had her at the vet and stuff, but she does have a lot of coughing. She has coughing fits, even though we've got medication for her. So if you hear that, we're not torturing our dogs. You say it's an ugly car, TJ, but not as gross as the Teslas.
Sorry about that, Dana. I had to go take care of some where I do this like weekly auction thing called Oh My Business. It's like a thing they do here locally, where we set up like you can bid on stuff that you put up there. Started at $1 for
Right.
like the week, and then it ends on Saturday night, and then I'll go and like sell it to the winners on Sunday at the flea market.
Mm.
Um, so I just noticed in the time because it ends at 9 o'clock on Saturdays. I had to go in there and confirm with all of my buyers. So,
Ah, gotcha. Well, now that you're back, Chris, I'm going to take my bathroom break because I've
all right.
just drank an entire energy drink. So, Dorothy, I'm going to put you down. So I got to put you down here. Oh, I'll be right back, folks.
I think the interactions in this movie between Fran and some of the zombies, because if you just seen that zombie, she was just kind of sitting there, like having that stare down with, like that was the second zombie in a row that she kind of interacted like that with, with the nun zombie just right before that. It's almost like where she's pregnant. I guess she's starting to have like those hormones are starting to go wild inside of her, and she's really starting to feel sorry for these people that have become zombies now. I can say that even though I said earlier that Fran is my least favorite character out of this group, um, I still do enjoy her character quite a bit, and just some of her emotions and stuff that she shows throughout the film. Just just it's one of the things that makes this film I think so good. So I'm taking care of Roger now because they know he's eventually going to turn. So I guess you could say, in fact, he did not have this by the ass. That's one of my favorite lines in the movie. We got this. We got this by the ass. Well, Roger, unfortunately, you did not, sir. I'm guessing, like I've always, I think I don't think they ever said like, or if they did, somebody can correct me on this, but I always assumed that was morphine that Fran gives him when she gives him the shot in the arm. So I'm guessing that's why he was reacting that way. That he was just the morphine was kicking in on him.
Yeah, that's what I always thought too, Chris, that was morphine.
Yeah, it's because I was trying to remember. It was like I don't know if they ever said it was morphine or not, but I just always assumed that it was.
TJ said it was morphine. So uh, TJ also says every guy that dies, the core Franny becomes like Alice in Elm Street Dream Master. I could see that if I really if
Yes.
I think about not exactly like that. I mean, when I've said it before, I'll keep saying it. That scene when Alice really like she takes all the pictures off the mirror because she didn't want to see herself, but she's taken on parts of her friends that Freddie has killed and her
Right.
brother who Freddie has also killed. And y'all permit me to say the F word here because I think this is the most badass scene in a horror
For
movie.
me.
There's a lot of badass scenes, but this is one of 'em. She takes a look at herself in the mirror and she says, "Fucking A," and I'm like, "Yes, Alice, go," you know?
But you have to remember she said that though because where she was absorbing all these different like traits and abilities from her
Yes.
friends, and when she said that because that's what Kincaid had said.
Yeah. Yes, he did.
Mhm. But unless the friend and Dawn the Dead is going around saying we got this by the ass, then I would think that she is not absorbing any coolness from these other guys that are dying off. Because I mean, if she's you know acting like a chicken shit heel after Steven dies, then I mean, maybe she is absorbing these feelings.
There's the money,
Mm,
the literal money
love it.
shot there where they cut the money and the security cameras taking their picture.
I love that. And this. I mean, this whole segment here in this part of the film is very lighthearted and like it's kind of like it's almost like it's a like the film is taking a break, like an intermission.
Yeah, yeah,
You know what I mean? Like from all the rest of the horror that's going on to it. But then like after this, immediately it kicks right back into the whole like panic and anxiety of the whole situation because it's when the bikers come.
right. And I can't help but think, though, when you see Fran ice skating, I'm like thinking if I was pregnant, I don't think I'd be ice skating because I'd be afraid that I would fall.
Right, yeah. Again, it was just a good shot for Romero.
Yeah, exactly. Can't read too much into it. There were no babies that were put in harm's way during this, folks. No
But
unborn babies.
there's another great shot of that ice rink at the end of the movie.
Yes,
So,
yes.
and I love that.
Come on, Reed. Come on. All right. Let me close the door, baby. Okay. Sorry, gang. Sometimes I have to step away and let dogs in or out. When you got 5 dogs, it's never ending process. AI says, hold on, let me go back up here. First time I saw this movie, I forgot zombies outside up to when Ken's playing tennis. It was the most powerful part for my introduction to Romero films. Yeah, I mean, sometimes I felt like I forgot about the zombies that were on the outside, unless they were specifically showing an outside shot. When everybody is inside the mall, you tend to only focus on the zombies that are inside the mall with them. You're not thinking, well, how many of them are outside, until they show those shots. Uh, TJ says Galen Ross put ice skating on her acting resume, even though she couldn't ice skate. So George wanted her to do it. There have been many actors and actresses over the years that said they could do things that they really, really couldn't. And then when it came down to it, oops, you know. For instance, I know this is maybe an oddball choice, but prom night with Jamie Lee Curtis, the guy that plays Nick, her boyfriend, I think Casey Stevens, he told the makers of this movie that he could dance. He couldn't dance a leg. So they had that big prom scene where him and Jamie Lee Curtis are dancing. So I believe that Jamie Lee Curtis taught him how to dance, if I'm remembering correctly. So to me, these are very heartbreaking scenes with Roger. And
Oh
literally,
well, it shows the morphine right there clearly on the box. I guess I never paid attention to that.
I know a lot of people make fun of the dancing in prom night, and I don't understand why, because you got to think it was 1980. Disco was still, king during that time period. I I think the dancing is great. I showed a friend of mine a friend that I worked with this movie, and she grew up during, I mean, she was probably in high school when disco was big. And she laughed her ass off at the dancing and prom night. I just don't understand what's so bad about it.
It's not that it's bad. It's just very cheesy, I
Cheesy.
guess. But
I just
cheesy is not always a bad thing, you know.
right.
But because if you and it's funny, like because Jamie Lee Curtis is involved with Prom Night, but there's also another like movie she's in where there's like really kind of like cheesy dancing and that whole disco vibe, which is in Terror Train, you
Yeah.
know. And I just I don't know. It was just a thing of the times, and like of course that was just and that kind of came off as normal for people at that time when those movies were out, because it was just a whole part of the culture. But as of course with everything as time goes on, everything evolves, and people are not going to perceive everything as once as the people were from that era that
Right.
perceived things.
TJ says the late 70s and 80s was cheesy. Nah.
Nah.
I think the character of Fran becomes prettier as the movie goes on. Does anybody else notice that?
Mm,
Not that she was ugly at the beginning. I'm just saying her. I don't know if it's because she's supposed to be putting makeup on. They got access to all these different clothes and makeup products.
I don't know. I think it might. She always just looks the same to me throughout the whole film. It might just have something to do with the lighting and stuff too,
Possibly.
and the different scenes.
Oh, I get that, TJ, about younger people looking at an older movie and thinking it's funny because they can't really relate to those styles and stuff. But when I talk about my friend that I worked with, she was older than I was. She knew that time period and she was still laughing. I mean, she was probably one of those people that said disco sucks and was wanting to throw disco records in a flame or something. Maybe that was what it was.
You ever watch that show Freaks and Geeks, Dana?
I've never watched it, but I mean, I know of it.
Um, you just remind me when you're talking about that because, like, so primarily the show kind of focuses around this friends group, and they're all like into rock music and just different things at the times back in the '70s. Um, and there's this one character though, Jason Segel, who's part of that friends group, and then like he starts like secretly getting into disco and he's going like these disco clubs and stuff, and like when they find out they're like, what's wrong with you and stuff like but you just have to watch it. It's such a great show.
I'll have to check that out.
It only lasted one season, unfortunately. I mean, and to me it was like one of the best shows ever was. I really wish they had got to continue that, but
And what was happening when we were talking was one of the greatest reveals of a zombie was Roger coming back and Peter having to shoot him.
it is. It's a great scene in the movie. And I didn't mean to talk over
Oh
it,
no, no, that was fine. We can
but
talk
it's just
about it.
I'm just used to it. So I've seen it so many times. I know it's coming when it's happening, and like TJ says, it is one of the greatest zombie makeups ever. I think.
Yeah.
Um,
And TJ says it was just toilet paper.
was it really? I didn't know
He
that.
says he says take that CG.
It was really just toilet paper.
I think I remember them talking about that. Here is the scene Chris was talking about a little bit
Yeah.
earlier, where they're having dinner and uh, Peter is serving them.
Yeah, a lot, again, this is just another part of what I was talking about. How like this part of the movie just feels like this big intermission, but with the whole turn of Roger and everything, there it kind of starts to put things in perspective for them again because it just seems like within this, they're just trying to take a break from all that. They're trying to just
Right.
like just kind of come across as if they're living a normal life in this mall,
Exactly.
and
Very domesticated.
they're trying to forget about everything that's going on in the world, which is a good way of thinking. Like the world we live in reality to this day. There's a lot of shitty stuff out there. There's a lot of stuff that sucks that's going on, but it's always best to try to remain positive in that sense to just
Right.
continue your life day by day, because if you worry about all this bad stuff that's going on in the world, it's only going to have a negative response on you, and possibly even send you into a depression, or have just tons of anxiety or anything. And I think that's exactly what Romero did with this part of the film, is that he wanted these characters to just kind of forget everything that was going on in the outside world and just tried to go on and remain positive and live their lives the best that they could day to day. And unfortunately, they had that situation with Roger, who they knew was going to eventually turn. They was trying to deny it, that they could hit. They wanted to continue to try to help him the best way they could, but they knew the inevitable.
Was going to happen.
um,
Um,
and then after he dies, they kind of they're going back to this trying to live a normal life. But if you see like
it
in this
doesn't.
right
Yeah,
here,
it doesn't work.
like Steven, like he's got like this like almost blank stare, like he knows,
Mhm.
like they're trying to live a normal life now, inside this mall, but at the same time he knows everything that's going on is just fucked up.
Mhm. And before the scene before that, he wants to ask Fran to marry him, and she gives
Mhm.
the ring back.
Right. Yeah, that too. So like it just goes back to what I was saying. Like, he's trying to like live this normal life, but Fran, she's just put in this situation like where she's pregnant, and
Mhm.
then like everything that's going on in the outside world, even though they're trying to put it out of their minds. She knows that like is us getting married really going to change anything?
Right. And
So,
she says, "Not now, Stephen," and she
mhm.
hands him the ring back.
And that's why I mentioned this earlier. That's why I love this movie so much, because I am a movie lover in general, and just this movie, even though it is primarily a horror film, it just has all these other different elements of these different movie genres. That whole segment that just that we've watched here in the last couple minutes is like the story of a drama film.
Right.
There's comedy, there's action, there's all you know there's so many different things like just represented here in this film, and that's why I truly do feel like it's a masterpiece.
Mhm.
And
I do.
even though I'm biased and say it's my favorite horror film of all time, it's also, I think, got to be up there as one of the greatest horror films ever made, just in general.
AI says, "I was not a horror fan until I saw this film." And I just wonder, that's an interesting thing to take note of. I just wonder how many people weren't horror fans until they saw this, or maybe they saw another horror film.
Well,
This is bizarre too when Fran is putting all the heavy makeup on, she's got the gun,
mhm.
and then she just slowly takes the fake eyelashes and stuff off.
So you hear that message coming over the intercom.
Mhm.
I remember when I first watched this movie years and years ago, that part really threw me off Because I
Mhm.
was like, "Who is this?" And then I realized, oh yeah, it's just a recorded message that
Right.
they're playing because they're just it's another part of that whole, they're trying to live a normal life, so they're playing this music and doing all these things, this routine stuff day by day within the mall because they just want to come off as like well, let's get on with our lives. Yeah, we're living in the zombie apocalypse now, but let's try to just go back to living a normal life. And I always loved that about this, and just that and that just it is a testament to how amazing a filmmaker that Romero was.
Uh-oh, Chris. Candace is saying, anyone know how to raise a
No, 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 not doing it.
chicken? Next thing you know, there'll be pictures of Candace with a baby chicken in the house.
I'm not having it. Nope, nope. Please do not.
Chris, I just warn you. You know how many times that Steve told me, nope, nope, nope. Look how many animals I have now.
Dana, I'm telling you, I can't handle no more animals. We just got a damn hamster the other day.
Chester's cute though. He's really cute. Candace been sending me videos and stuff. She says CJ is here. We should get him.
We'll talk about this later.
Candace is playing it safe. She's here amongst all these people and talking about it. She knows how to do it the smart way. Oh my gosh, yes, to reenact the pan outburst. I would,
Okay. I see what she
if
said.
you,
I
if
thought
you,
she said when she said
yeah,
we should get him. I was like, no, we're
yeah,
not
yeah,
getting
that's
this
what I
chicken.
thought. Candace, if you can get him to come on camera with Chris and do that a reenactment of the outburst, see, I would die. I would die laughing, not literally die, but that would be so funny.
Listen, you would just pass out from
Yeah, I
from
probably
laughter,
laughed
wouldn't you?
till I couldn't breathe because Candace just telling me about it happening when they were kids, and I'm like, oh my gosh.
I I do like this scene a lot because I was talking about how like in a lot of the moments of the movie with Steven, he kind of comes off as a jerk, and
Mhm.
but this is I really do love this interaction between him and a
Right.
friend where he's teaching her how to fly the helicopter, which is smart, because and it comes in handy, at the end of the film.
Candace said that CJ said he'd do it if Chris, if you do the truffle shuffle.
No,
Oh man, that would be double fun. I take it, Chris, you've done the truffle shuffle before, privately, not in front of people.
maybe I don't know.
Man, we're not gonna get to see CJ do the reenactment.
Yeah, trucks. I do. To me, I love stuff like that. The little tidbits about this film, like there'll just be little, like very vague lines that are put in there. Like
Right.
it's very funny to me. Um, like I said, earlier, like my one of my favorite lines in this movie is when Roger is got like he's wide eyed and he looks all crazy. Well, I wasn't expecting that,
Ah, see, this
but
is why we don't want kids to watch this because you never know when something like that is going to happen.
But as I was saying before, I was rudely interrupted. One of my favorite lines in the film is when Roger's got that wide-eyed look, and he says, "We got this. We got this by the ass."
Yeah, exactly.
I don't know what it is. That's so funny. From the moment I watched this movie for the first time years ago, I was in high school. I think I was either a freshman or a sophomore in high school. The first time I'd ever watched Dawn of the Dead, and it was because my friend Blake. Um, we had art class together, and we wouldn't do anything in art class. So he would just bring a portable DVD player to school, and we would watch movies in art class. and he had Dawn of the Dead on DVD.
Mhm.
He was like, "Hey, have you ever seen this movie?" And I was like, "No." I was like, and he's like, "Have you seen Night of the Living Dead?" I was like, "Yeah." He said, "Well, the same guy that directed that directed Dawn of the Dead." So, and that's from the moment I watched Dawn of the Dead for the first time, I fell in love with it, and it's just it's like I said, it has everything that you
Mhm.
could possibly love.
Yeah, that was from what Candace tells me about CJ and CJ in the past. She says that's classic CJ. Chris would probably agree with that too. So this is when Tom Savini and the gang, the motorcycle gang
Yeah,
members,
Tom
show up.
Savini and Joe Shelby and that whole bunch.
Candace says what CJ just did, doing the double flip off there. Uh, she says that's a small taste of the reenactment. That's what he did to the TV.
Yeah, but it was more like a key, a key.
Oh, they do have those gates that come down.
Yeah,
Earlier on we were seeing them actually move those big glass things and flipping them around and stuff. I think that's. I'm pretty sure the guy that they just showed hitting them with
it's
that
Tasso.
was Tasso. Yeah.
Yeah, it is. I think the guy in the sombrero. I think that's Joe Shelby, if I'm not mistaken. I think I think that's Joe Shelby. I'm not now. I'm not going. I'm not 100% on that though because there are several these guys in part of this biker group
Mhm.
that look very similar to one another.
Yeah.
But I'm a part of this Dawn of the Dead Facebook group
Mhm.
where there are guys on that know every single freaking thing about this movie from behind the scenes
Mhm.
to like I don't know. I mean, they know everything, like every little like where each frame of the film, they know where that stuff is at inside of the mall to a T, and it's so impressive. I really admire that that they have there are people out there that have such a passion for this film that they know all of that information.
Oh yeah. People just astound me with like I think I've got knowledge on a film and then I hear other people talk about it and it's like, whoa, they just blew me out of the water there.
This movie too. Like I kind of alluded to this earlier, but like you can almost watch this movie in like chapters. You know what
Yeah.
I mean? Like,
Mhm.
there's so much stuff going on throughout the entirety of this film, and it all feels different. Like the settings, just the atmosphere.
Mhm.
If you look at if you start like it starts off at the TV station, and they go to like the helicopter pad, like the airport, and then there's everything at the mall, and just all the different segments within the mall from the time like that whole intermission section to
Mhm.
this now with the bikers and all this. There's like chaos going on again in the like it seems so calm and quiet for so long. They were in the mall there for a bit, and then like everything starts going crazy again
Yeah.
out of nowhere. And I don't know. That's what is just one of the many interesting things about this film of how just the layout of everything and just you know, it just I would love to know what was like going through Romero's mind when he was writing all this.
Yeah, you're right, TJ. You can see the makeup coming off when the zombies get the pies in the faces.
Is that the make? I've always wondered that though. Is that the makeup or is that just like the feeling from the pie?
That's a good question too.
But I remember when I met Sharon Hill, we were talking about that, and she said that all of those pies that are featured in the film, she made all those pies.
Mm.
At least that's what she told me. I don't think that Sharon Hill would lie to my face like that. At
No,
least
I
at
don't.
least
I
I would hope not.
don't think so. I wonder if anybody got to eat any of those pies. I would have
Oh,
wanted to eat some.
I'm sure they probably had to do that take several times. So I'd say somebody probably snuck a pie away from catering here or there.
I would have said, "Don't waste all these pies. I want to eat at least a slice of one." I don't know. People might say that I'm wrong, but I think this is one of the great roles for Tom Savini here. Uh,
Well, I mean,
this
it's one of the
this
very few
machete.
roles.
Yeah, I mean, he hasn't done a whole lot. I mean, I liked his role in Knight Riders, even though he was a bit of an
Hmm.
asshole in that.
Well,
He
I mean,
killed himself.
he's definitely featured more in Night Riders. I mean, um, if I had to choose a favorite like acting role of Tom Savini's, it would definitely be from Night Riders.
Mm,
Um, because I mean, essentially, this role in Dawn of the Dead, while it's he's in here quite a bit, you know, in the film, like for maybe 10 to 15 minutes
mm,
total film time. Um, I mean, I wouldn't call it a cameo, but you know what I mean. It's just a much smaller role for him as
right.
compared to what his role is in Night Riders.
Hmm. And I also like, heaven help me, but I like the Sex Machine.
Oh, and for Dust
Where,
Till Dawn,
yeah,
yeah, that's a good one too. Um, and then he has smaller roles in a lot of other stuff too. Like he's in Maniac
yeah.
as a disco boy,
Yeah, he
and
gets to blow his own head off. How many people can say that? You know?
love that part where the guy's like he just throws the little TV at the bigger TV.
It's like, take that, TV.
Well, we're coming up on the demise soon of Flyboy.
Yeah. Really, TJ, I didn't know there was that many. TJ says Savini has about 70 acting roles on IMDb.
Yeah, but they're all most of them are
Very
very small
small.
roles. We kind of get to see Savini reprise this role, but as a zombie version of it in Land of the Dead.
Hmm. That line, I think that line's funny where he's just jumping up and down. I see you with that sword and everything. I'm like Chris. Some of these lines just are just so funny to me, and I don't know why. I can't really pinpoint. It makes me laugh. TJ said, "Hey, some actors have credits like dead body number two." Yeah, they do. Seriously, they do. Hey, I wish I could be referred to as dead body number 2. I'd like to be in a horror movie. I'd be dead body number 2 or dead body number 5. I don't care. I'm sure they had a lot of dead bodies with numbers after them in a movie like The Stand.
It it reminds me of this. Have you ever watched It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia, Dana?
I've seen some episodes of it, yeah.
It reminds me of this episode where Dee, she went to be as an extra as a part of this film, and it was supposed to be like a war film or something where like she was supposed to all she was like there for was as an extra to where be a dead body on the ground with all these other people that were like laying there as dead bodies, but just knowing her character's mentality on the show, like she thought that she was gonna be more important by being a part of that film, even though she was just an extra. So like they're just supposed to just lay there. They're supposed to be dead, but like
Right.
she keeps moving around and like growling and acting like a zombie, and they keep getting mad at her and stuff. Like, what are you doing?
It's like, just stay still.
It's I don't know. I love that show. It's hilarious.
And a few seconds ago, we saw Savini's big stunt in the movie where he falls off of that railing and into the fountain, I believe.
I love the logic
Oh,
of that too. Like,
that's great too. The arm and the blood pressure machine.
that's what I'm saying. I love the logic. Like, I'm just gonna sit here and take my blood pressure while there's
That's
zombies coming towards me.
well, you got to have some levity because Flyboy's about to bite it. You got to have something in there.
I love I love the shot of the zombies coming into the elevator too. Like as
Oh
when
yeah,
they open here in a minute. Um, and then like after like a few minutes later, after when we first see the turned flyboy as the doors
yeah.
open back up, and he's love. That's one. I think that's one of my favorite shots in the entire movie. Is when we first see the flyboy zombie.
Tasso. Oh, there's Tasso's guts there. Well, not his real guts, but you know.
And they kind of recreated that with Captain Rhodes and
Yeah.
the end of Day of the Dead. You know.
Only Tasso doesn't say choke off.
Right. Yeah.
Well, you say I never thought this movie was too funny. It was a very serious movie. A lot of it
Right,
is
yeah, but
serious.
there are moments where there are just comical things, like the whole blood
Mhm.
pressure
Yeah.
thing, where he was just, I mean, like who does that,
Who thinks
like,
that now is a good time to check your blood
and
pressure?
I feel like that was just a part of Romero's sense of humor coming out there, and
Mhm.
kind of a very like small part of the film. I mean, it's kind of a blink and you miss it type thing.
Right,
So yeah, the movie's not perceived as a funny movie, but it does have comical moments,
right.
and I think that that's the best thing to do.
Yeah,
Like
I think Romero was smart to do
yeah,
that.
I love like when horror movies. Now, there's a lot of people that don't agree with this, but I love when they kind of introduce elements of comedy,
Mhm.
into the film. Not exactly like a comedy horror, but just like little
Right.
moments that just kind of like stand out as like, oh, that's very funny, you know.
Mhm.
But just because it kind of just takes away from the film being
Right.
as serious as it is, um,
And in the
and
wrong hands,
yeah.
that could have happened with this movie. But I'm glad that it was in the hands of Romero who did it correctly. Candace says, could you imagine browsing the silk negligees in the lingerie department and a zombie with his lips falling off and brain exposed comes sliding between the racks?
Now that they didn't do anything like that for Dawn of the Dead, but I think that would have been amazing if they had. I don't think it was probably wasn't within the budget, but
Right.
or I think if because if they did stuff like that, I think it probably would have got the film even more attention than what it
Mhm.
has to this day. Um, but I don't even know if they started doing stuff like that until maybe the 80s. Like,
Right. Candace also says, I wonder if they did any promotional stunts for Dawn of the Dead and just randomly, hold on, and just randomly sent in hordes of zombies into malls. If not, then that was a missed opportunity. I agree with you there.
did you see that, Dana? Did you catch that? They just went back to the blood pressure machine, and his
Oh,
arm was
yeah, yeah.
like the rest of his body's gone, but his arm was still
His
inside the
arm
blood
is
pressure.
still in there.
I
And I liked it when the
love that.
zombies were attacking him and it was said, testing, stay still or sit still or whatever.
Yeah, I mean,
All the
like,
zombies wanted to go ice skating, I guess.
you know. So yeah, this is here,
Hmm.
but this is also like the shot at the end of the movie too,
Right.
because it's playing the gonk music.
Now, coming up, the scene when there it is, where Flyboy comes out of the
Oh yeah,
elevator
I
and he's a
love it.
zombie. That is fantastic.
If I had, I said this earlier, I didn't really have a favorite zombie. I don't know. I don't have to. I really liked the Flyboy zombie.
Yeah.
Uh, I thought he always had one of the coolest looks, and like I was showing, like it's front and center on this record. That's
Yep.
like I just it looks amazing, and like I said, David MG. I love his portrayal as Steven or Flyboy, whichever you want to call him in this. And he comes across in times throughout the film when he's still alive as kind of wooden, but I always felt like that was very intentional
Hmm.
with his portrayal of that character, and just seeing him as he becomes a zombie here. That he does it so well, like the walk and everything. How he
Yeah, that's
drags that
great.
one foot, like it's just kind of like almost like the ankle's
It's turned
broken.
inward like that.
Oh god, it's so good, man. Like and I've
And
often
he's
debate.
still holding on to the gun
Yeah, he's got the
too.
gun, like the one finger is hanging onto the gun, and this right here is cool too because like he remembers even as a zombie he has that
Yeah.
memory, so that's how he knew where to guide. He knew where that wall was that fake
And
wall
he
they created.
leads this horde of zombies
Yeah,
right to her.
I love that. It's genius. And I've often debated of getting that as a tattoo of the Flyboy zombie.
Oh,
Uh,
if you ever do it, Chris, I gotta see it.
yeah, I'm seriously still considering it because it's a big standout point for me for this movie and this it just being my favorite horror film of all time. So yeah, I'm gonna give that some heavy consideration.
I want to see pictures, or I want to see it live on camera if you get that done. That chewing on the wall scene, that is pretty creepy too. I agree with that.
You know what's even more horrifying than that is in the scene of in Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory when when they first go into the factory and they're smelling like the different or the not smelling but they're tasting all the different like fruits and stuff like on the wall of like the tape or whatever he made. And he's like the
Uh,
snozberries taste like snozberries, and then if you see Grandpa Joe over here and he's just like flicking his tongue against that wall, and it's so
yeah,
disturbing.
that's
Like
bizarre.
it's so disturbing. Grandpa Joe's a piece of shit, by the way.
Chris does not like Grandpa Joe.
Dude, listen, I know we're watching Dawn Dead, but Grandpa Joe, I mean, he just loafed around for 20 years in bed, and then Charlie's like, "Oh, I got a golden ticket to Chocolate Factory." He's like, that motherfucker's like, "I can walk again. Let's go to the
I'm
Chocolate Factory,
cured.
Charlie."
Oh man.
terrible, terrible grandparent. Hey, let's go break the rules, Charlie, and try these fizzy lifting drinks. Hey, spend your last bit of money you got to buy my tobacco, Charlie.
Yeah, exactly. Hey, Coco. Coco says we're cracking her up. Well, you can't have a watch along and not have fun with it. I mean, you got to. Now, coming up on the final scene, which we're shortly coming up on the final scene, this is the part where my dad said, well, that was stupid, you know, but he had been with the movie for the whole movie. He was just, Dad had all eyes on the television when we were watching it.
What, he thought it was stupid that Peter decided not to kill himself and try to survive?
Well, the scene coming up actually where they just basically take off in the helicopter. I think Dad wanted more. I think he wanted more to it.
Well, there wasn't really anything else that they could do.
No, and I think I told Dad that. I said, "Well, Dad, you know what did you, expect from this movie?" And I think I told him. I said, "There is a Day of the Dead, but I don't know if Dad ever watched Day of the Dead." So
I always felt like, that Night of the Living Dead, Dawn of the Dead, and Day of the Dead, I never felt like they were connected.
mm-hmm.
I felt like each film exists in their own kind of universe. Where, you know what I
Right.
mean? Because it's all kind of the same situation in ways. Um, and like if you look at like the groups within each film, it's almost like it's a retelling in a different like environment with each film.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
So it's almost like these are the same characters almost, but they have different names, they have different personalities. You know what I'm saying? Like
Right.
it's like like they're like multiverses or whatever you want to
Yeah,
call that.
exactly. Yeah, I think at the point where he says, "All right," and they just fly off, Dad looked at me and he was like, "That was dumb." I
Look at this.
I knew it. I knew
You
it.
called it. You called it, Dana.
Well, I told you, didn't I? Would you want to bet he's been lurking here waiting to
He
say
has.
it?
He's been watching this entire thing, just
I
waiting
could
for
say
that
the same.
specific moment.
WTF, Uncle Bill, I could say the same about you, buddy. Why didn't you get in here like Chris did and say, hey,
That's right.
give me the link,
How
Dana, so
dare
I
you,
can go on
sir?
there. You miss out on every important thing that I do. So that's your own fault, Uncle Bill. I ain't even going to throw you a bone there. Come in at the damn end of the movie. Come on. I thought this was supposed to be your favorite horror movie, Uncle
Yeah,
Bill.
buddy. Some fan you are.
George Romero's rolling over in his grave now, buddy. Come on.
Yeah, Dana, if you ever do this again, though, you ought to do that extended cut. I mean, I know it's like, what is it, like 2.5 hours or whatever.
Yeah, but I
But
mean, this one was a little over two, so
yeah,
why
I want to say
not?
that's not much longer than what this one is. But like I said, I think I prefer this one out of all the different cuts. But that extended cut, the Argento cut, they're all really good though.
Yeah, and see, Uncle Bill, maybe you'll have another chance. Maybe.
Yeah,
I'm
buddy,
feeling
you messed up.
hospitable.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I don't want to say it's the best version, but it's just the version I prefer the most, just because it's the one that
Right.
I grew up knowing the most. It's the one that I fell in love with when I watched it for the first time all those years ago. Um,
TJ makes a good point. I saw that too. He says Nancy Allen is the makeup assistant. Was that the Nancy Allen?
I don't think I've noticed that before too, TJ, and I don't think so. But I
I
mean,
don't think it is, but
I'm
it's somebody should ask Nancy Allen if they ever meet her. I
I
did meet Nancy Allen
really
a few years back, and she was very nice and stuff. But I'll tell you a funny story about this. I guess because of my accent, when I say my name is Dana, I s-
mhm.
I even spelled it for her, and she wrote to Dinah, Dina, and
Don't you just love that when you give a celebrity specific
and you
instructions?
spell it for them
Like you
too.
tell them what to write, how to spell it, and they're like, "No, I'm gonna fuck this up anyway."
Have you ever had that happen to you, Chris? Where I mean, hopefully they wouldn't spell Chris wrong, but I mean,
Well, um, I had a f- I didn't I never got to meet Argento, but he did a Monster Mania show years ago, and I wasn't able to attend, but I had a friend that was actually attending that show. I said, "Hey, would you mind getting me an autograph from
mhm,
Argento? Just on an 8x10." I said, "I don't have anything to give you to send to you right now, but can you just give me an 8x10 of him, like he's directing a movie or something like that?" He's like, "Yeah, sure." So he got me one and told him to write to Chris, and he told him how to spell my name, but
mhm.
he wrote it the Italian way anyway, Criss, which I'm
Oh,
fine. I'm
God.
fine with, but still,
It's
it's
like, damn
hilarious
you,
to me.
Argento, the only autograph I'll
It's
probably ever
like
give from you.
it's like, buddy, I've given you specific instructions. And how do you just ignore that and just do whatever you want? It's like,
You
well,
know,
I got your money, bud. Go on.
I wonder if that's why some people have you actually write your name down on a post-it note.
Well,
And
see,
like
yeah, that's a common thing. Yeah.
When I met Bruce Campbell, they did that, and they probably do it so you can go through the cattle call line quicker too. You know.
Yeah, that's a common thing that they do now. Like, because they'll usually like have handlers and be like, "You want your name on it? Okay, how do you spell your name?" And they'll write on that post note, stick it on there. And
Yeah.
so I guess that's they can't possibly screw up that way. They could just have to look at it and just copy what's on the thing.
Uh,
It's like it goes back to that story I was telling about Michael Rooker when we met Michael Rooker. He was just talking about something else, and I guess
I think
paying
that's hilarious.
he wasn't paying attention to what he was doing, and he was writing Candace's name, and he started out spelling like Cand, and then but it ended up like he started like Canada. It's like it's some long like thing he could not even pronounce. I was like, and then his manager, we didn't even notice it at first, but his manager is the one that noticed it,
Uh,
and he looked at it, he said, "What the hell are you writing?" And then Michael Roger looked down, and he just started busting out, dying laughing, and it was just such a funny and memorable experience that I
mhm.
mean it was just one that was funny, and like he was super cool about it, and he was apologetic to Candace over it, and he ended up giving her 3 autographs for the price of one. So
You
it's just
know,
I don't know.
when I met Felissa Rose, she didn't spell anything wrong. She didn't make any errors, but she was so sweet. Again, if y'all are ever at a convention and Felissa Rose is there, definitely go up and meet her. She is a
Hmm.
person that is, even after all these years, she's still appreciative of fans of her work. And when I met her for the first time, she signed my sleepaway camp um, slip cover on the Blu-ray. But then she said, after I talked to her for a few minutes, she said, "Pick out any picture you want off the table, and I'll sign that for you for free." I said, "Really?" I said, "You sure it's okay?" "Oh, yeah, yeah." I don't know if she still does that. Maybe somebody can confirm, but she did that when I met her a few years ago.
Yeah, and I talked about that on the last stream that I did, which was on was it yesterday or Thursday or yeah, I can't remember what day I even did it, but the last stream I did, which was the Sleepaway Camp films that I talked about. I talked about meeting Felissa Rose at a convention, and I see her at tons of conventions. She does them all throughout the year, every year, and she is just genuinely like one of the nicest people that
Yeah.
you would meet at these conventions. I'm not talking about just celebrities. I'm talking about just people in general. Like she
Right.
is so kind to everybody. She takes her time with you. She talks with you about whatever and she genuinely it feels like she shows interest in
Right.
what you're talking to her about. It's like it's not like one of these cattle call things where you go through there and just you're telling them like, hey, I love you. I love your in this movie. I love what you did there and whatever.
And they're signing their scribbling their name on something. Uh-huh, yeah, that's great,
Yeah, yeah, nice to meet you. And then they instantly, feels like they forget you. Because you could like run into them like, or you could go to their table like a second time. And like this happened with me once.
and
This
they
happened.
forget they even
No,
saw you.
listen, and it was so disappointing because, and this is
Yeah.
why, like, Gremlins is my favorite movie of
Mhm.
all time. But Zach Galligan is one of the most miserable guests that I've ever met in my life at these shows,
And
because
that's
he
so sad because I loved him in Gremlins.
and I met him, so I met him at Scarefest, and I actually went up to him twice at this show because like I was feeling so bad. I was like, well, maybe I just caught him in the wrong time. So like when I went up to him, he was first of all, he was just on his laptop watching some UFC fight or something. He was more interested in that than anything. And he finally gets up, talks to me, and I just tell him, what Gremlins means to me, how much I love it, all this and that. I love
Mhm.
it since I was a kid, whatever. Um, and he goes, "Oh, okay." He said, "You want me to sign something?" Like he just like completely just
Yeah.
doesn't acknowledge anything I just said. And then I was like, yeah, and I had him sign this, and I just felt like I kind of got an awkward vibe from it. I was like, I didn't, because I remember telling Candace, I was like, that didn't really go as the way I planned
Right.
for it to go. And so maybe I just caught him in the wrong time. So I just went up again to him later at that same show, and like he goes, "Oh, hey," he's like saying, greeting me, he's like, nice to meet you." He's like, "Have you been to these shows before?" And I didn't say
I
anything, but
bet you were thinking, "Oh my
I was
god."
like, "Motherfucker, I just met you like an hour ago," and it's just. And then every other time that I've tried giving him multiple chances. Dana, I've been to other
Mhm.
conventions where I try to meet him again, and he's just not the most people friendly guy when it comes to these, and that's just me personally. I mean, I know I've talked to people that said they have met him, they've had good experiences with him. um I don't know. It's just personally, he's one of the worst people that I've met at these shows.
Candace says, "Didn't we meet him at Harham Weekend and he wasn't that bad?"
Well, that was different because I had that it was like this pain the gizmo thing, and I wasn't even going to meet him at that show. Like I
Mhm.
was going to get something signed for one of my friends by him, and like he seen that I had that this like paint this is this rare Gremlins piece where it's like a paint a gizmo little statue thing,
Mhm.
and I had brought that to give to the promoter of Horror Hound, Nathan, as a gift.
Mhm.
And when he seen that I had that, and I told him that I was giving it to Nathan, he kind of like he pepped up a little bit, and he was like
Yeah.
talking about, but like at the same time, like I don't know, he just. I just it's weird. Like it's one of those situations. Like if you've ever heard Uncle Bill talk about his experience with Tom Savini,
Yeah.
I can kind of relates to in that same way. I love the stuff that I love waxwork. I love Gremlins. I love a lot of other things that Zach Galligan was a part of, but just and it doesn't taint that in any way of how I feel about Gremlins. but it just I don't know. He's a very weird guy. I will just say that.
Right. And that, I've talked about in the past, like, underwhelming experiences I had. Like, the first time I met Ted Raimi, it was not a bad experience. It was, and I don't even really blame Ted Raimi for it. I met him late in the day and stuff, and he may have been, tired. It was not a bad experience. It was an underwhelming experience because I've been a huge fan of Ted Raimi, just like I've been a friend of his brother or fan of his brother Sam's for forever and ever and ever. And so, that first experience was kind of underwhelming. But when I did the photo op with the three Raimi brothers, I think I felt like I had more interaction with all of them than,
Yeah.
except for Ivan. Ivan seems to be kinda low key. I think this whole convention thing's new to
Well,
Ivan.
yeah, he's not done a whole lot of them. I think he's still kind of like taken aback of how everything works at these shows. But he seemed like reserved in a way when we met him. But I mean, when we went to that Q&A that day. I don't know. Did you guys go to that Q&A
No,
that day?
I would have liked to. Again, it's hard to get Steve to go to a
Yeah,
Q&A.
he was very talkative on that Q&A. I mean, like Ted Raimi did a lot because Sam wasn't. He didn't actually get to participate in that Q&A
Mhm.
because he was basically just stuck at his table because he had such a huge line and everything.
Right.
So that Q&A was just between Ted Raimi and Ivan Raimi. And Ted did a lot of the talking on that, but Ivan, he opened up. He talked about stuff with like Army of Darkness. He talked about Darkman. They talked, him and Ted was like sharing stories of them growing up, and how like Sam and Ivan would like come up with these like ideas how to torture Ted, and
Yeah,
it was
exactly.
it was just really a really fun Q&A, and I it was one of the one of my favorite ones probably just because just
Yeah.
hearing some of those stories that I'd never heard
Those
before.
guys have, and I'm even including Rob Tapert, Bruce Campbell, all those guys that worked on a lot of movies together. They had the most fantastic stories, the most entertaining
Hmm.
stories. Um, Even when they do interviews with them, like they did a 3-minute interview with Ted Raimi for the film Blood Rage, which takes place at Thanksgiving time, and you do see Ted, a very
Yeah,
young Ted Raimi,
briefly.
blink and you'll miss him as a condom salesman in the drive-in bathroom. I kid you not. But they do a 3-minute interview with him on that Blu-ray, and it held my attention. It was only 3 minutes, but it held my attention because Ted is such an interesting person when he's telling these stories. Um, no, I probably won't get the Megan 2.0 popcorn bucket. Um, I'm sure it looks cool, but hey, speaking of popcorn buckets, in case y'all haven't seen my unboxing that I did for the one that Steve got me, if I don't
Mhm.
knock myself in the head.
Is it the monkey?
Yeah, it's the monkey one. This is my
Which
favorite.
I still haven't watched that movie yet.
Oh, Chris, you need to watch it. I
I
love this
need to. I still haven't watched it. But I was going to point out something that Candace said on here, where she was
movie.
talking about, Doug Bradley was a huge disappointment for
Oh, yeah,
her,
yeah, yeah.
but but everyone else seems to have amazing experiences with him. He acted like I wasn't even there, and he did, which is it's weird because I was the one that like talked her up, because I had met Doug Bradley before, and I had a really good experience with him, and I knew other people that had good experiences with meeting him. But it was weird. Like I was right there when because Candace wanted to meet him, so bad because she was a big Hellraiser fan, you know, um, and it's just like I don't know if something happened just right before that, but it's
Yeah,
just like he didn't really like you know even pay that much attention to her because there was like this other person was there and he was like like talking to them and then like he when he finally was like interacting with Candace, wasn't much there, that he was even saying. And usually he's kind of talkative with people that he's meeting, and
Mm,
and she just kind of got his autograph, and then that was it. Got a picture with him, and that was it. But she was really disappointed with, and I guess that's kind of like what happened with me with Zach Galligan. Even though it happened on more than one occasion with me
right.
with him, um, I don't know what it is. Maybe I've just it's just been the luck of the draw, and I've just caught him at really bad times or something. And
Right.
and I'm not going to say I'm gonna give him another chance if I see him another, but no, I think I've got enough stuff. I've met
You've
him enough.
exceeded the number of
I don't think I
chances.
need to meet him anymore. I don't think I need any more disappointment if
Mm,
that's were the case. But yeah, Candace, like she said, she had this huge Hellraiser collection. She
yeah.
had all these like different figures, and she had the big 8-inch talking pinhead, and she sold it all because she just felt so weird after that meeting with, and I hate when that happens. I hate when you meet people that you
And that
admire,
just destroys your whole
like,
outlook
cause
on
that's happened to me with Zach Galligan. Even though, but it doesn't, like I said, it doesn't change how I feel about Gremlins.
it.
But
Right.
it just kind of changes how or his character even in Gremlins. But like it just I look at how how I feel about him as an actor, and as a people person going forward after that. Same thing with like Edward Furlong. That was another terrible experience I had.
Mhm.
Um, and I've had a lot of people say, "Hey, you need to give him another chance. You need to try to meet him again," because when I met Edward Furlong, it was during that whole period in his life where he was really bad on drugs and just going through some really weird shit, like stealing lobsters from Walmart, and just because he
Oh,
was, I don't know, there was a lot of weird stuff going on with him at one point in his life, but yeah, I mean, it just sucks, when you meet people like that. I say like you really admire them and the stuff that they're in, and you get excited to meet them, and it's just a total letdown.
mhm.
It's not, it, and it almost in a way kind of changes how you perceive them. And for a lot of people like Candace, like she, it kind of changed how she looked at like the Hellraiser movies and stuff. It doesn't do that for me. Like I still love Gremlins was that guy, and Edward Furlong, all of his roles. I love Terminator 2. It's one of my favorite movies of all time. I love Pet Cemetery 2. I love Brain Scan. I love Detroit Rock City. A lot of stuff that he's in. But as far as if I'm gonna give them another chance and meet them again, I don't know. Like Zach Galligan, I don't need to because I've met him so many times. But with Edward Furlong, I've only met him that one time, and like I said, it was during a bad time in his life. So
Mhm.
if I ever get a chance to meet him again, I don't know yet. It's something I'd have to think
Right.
about. You know what I mean?
Candace did say, she said, no, the people in front of me, he was so interactive. Then I got up there and he didn't even smile or speak. People behind me, interactive. So that I would be extremely hurt by that. If the people in front of me and the people behind me he was interactive with, and then me, it was like, what did I do to you? Who pissed in your cornflakes, dude? I don't know. I would be very hurt. And she says he was also the first celebrity that I met alone. So yeah, I don't know. That's a very weird situation.
It's all about perception. It's all about how um, you as a person individually go and you know how you take that experience with it. It's just because if you're anything like me, after I meet somebody at these conventions, like I'm always like quick to analyze it right
Mhm.
after, like, but a lot of the times, I've met people though, like I already know, like within the moment, and then I'm talking to them that I'm having a terrific experience.
Yeah.
Like we met Randy Blythe, from the lead singer of Lamb of God at the last Horror Hound, and I've been going to these shows for 16 years, and that is up there as one of my favorite like celebrity meet and greets at a convention is with Randy Blythe because he was just so cool, so down to earth, and like I seen Lamb of God at this show, like I think it was 2005 or 2006, at this concert called Sounds of the Underground tour, and it was at Waverly Hills in Louisville. It
Ah.
it was the first and last concert that they had at Waverly Hills, and I mentioned that to him, and his like eyes just lit up, and he was like, "Oh, you went to that show?" And he was talking about, like, he even talks about like everything that went on at that show in his book, and
Mhm.
he just because he said, he's witnessed a lot of unique experiences while touring with the band and stuff over the years. He said, but that's one of the shows that really stands out in his mind, just because where it was at Waverly Hills, and it was just it was complete chaos. I mean, I can't even go into detail of everything with it, but like there's articles online that people have written about that show. How
Mhm.
it was basically like, if you know where Waverly Hills is, it's basically there's a big like mountain behind it, and there's a bunch of like,
Yes.
it's like the woods behind it.
Mhm.
So there was so many people that was at that show. I mean, it was like a humongous crowd because so many people were climbing up in the hills and
Oh my
coming through the
gosh.
woods down the mountain into the area where the stage and stuff was. So basically, just kind of skipping that whole part of paying admission and getting into the
Exactly.
show. So they're just finding other ways of getting in there.
It's like a
And
Woodstock scenario, like the original Woodstock, where people
oh,
were cutting the
yeah,
fence and
exactly.
getting in.
And just like and just the aftermath of that show after it's all said and done, like there was so much happening, and this was one of the reasons why it was the first and last concert at that show, or at that venue. It was because like there was so many people that were coming out of there completely, I mean, blind drunk,
Yeah.
and there's a lot of like neighboring houses there too, of just people
Right.
that live in these houses around Waverly Hills, and just there were those people were already making complaints because of the sound, the noise and stuff close to their house, and it being late at night and everything. But these people that were just blind drunk, that were just stumbling out of there and wandering into people's yards. One
Yeah.
guy ended up getting arrested because he just fully exposed himself in this person's yard and was pissing
Oh my
everywhere.
gosh.
I mean, it was complete insanity.
Yeah.
So yeah, I could
And I bet
definitely
the
see why
people
he would remember that.
people
That
that own Waverly Hills probably said, "Never again. Never again. We're not
no,
going."
well, it was not just people at Waverly; it was just the whole city of Louisville. I
Yeah,
mean,
they said, you ain't doing this again." Yes, Candace, I've been at Waverly a couple of times, and one was a half night where you could investigate. I didn't go the full night, but I went on a 6 hour. I'm telling you, folks, if you can handle it, I say to go to Waverly. Chris is shaking his
no.
head
Listen,
because if you want,
I've been to Myrtle's Plantation in Baton Rouge,
that was
Louisiana,
enough for
and
you.
that was enough for me. I'm done.
But I've talked about my experiences at Waverly, and let's do it, Dana. Candace said, "Well, I love. Come on to Louisville,
Yeah,
Candace. We'll
right.
do it."
Yeah, we'll see about that.
And I saw something. Well, the first time I went was with Steve, and Steve said, "No investigations for me. We can go on the 2 hour tour, the historical like tour, and you can take your pictures or whatever." He said, "But I ain't doing no half night. The half night thing I had to do with my neighbors." But it was not until I went through my pictures, blowed up on my computer after I got home, that I noticed something. And I said, "Steve, come back here." I had taken a picture of the cafeteria area, or what was once the cafeteria area in Waverly where they fixed the food. And there's a picture of everybody in our group standing around, and the guide is over here talking to everybody. But if you look behind the people that were directly in front of me, There is a woman, and y'all can call bullshit on this if you want.
Bullshit, Dana.
There
You
is
said I could.
yeah, you can. Anybody can. There is a woman behind those girls that is dressed like she's in the 20s. If you look close, she's got a hat in front of her that if you go and look at pictures of the 1920s, it looks like that kind of hat. And I hollered at Steve. I said, Steve, come back here a second. And Steve always claims he doesn't believe in ghosts or anything. And he came back here and I said, do you remember that woman being in our group when we went to Waverly? And his face went white as snow. I kid you not. He may deny it, but his face went white as snow and his eyes were this big around. He said, no, Dana. He said, you're freaking me out. He went back in the living room and started watching TV.
Yeah, see, that's why I call bull on Candace wanting to investigate Waverly. Because, okay, so last night I found this channel on YouTube with this, it's called Bizarre Bub. It's this guy, he uploads these compilations of all these different, it's like real footage from like Ring cameras and just different things. It's just of stuff that's just caught on film, like, of the supernatural, unexplained. Um, and some of the stuff on there is pretty spooky. I mean, some of it was even like kind of like gave me chill bumps. Like I was like, holy shit. So Candace, she gets scared to death of that stuff, and I just know if that's going. Listen. Well, I'm not gonna deny it. I mean, some of that stuff was pretty scary. Like I said, like I was like, holy shit! Like on some, I'll send you that, or you can just check it out. It's called Bizarre Bub, and he sends he posts these really cool like compilations of all this footage. Like, and I love watching stuff like that. But yeah, if that's if sitting and watching that's going, and there ain't no way she's going to be up in person investigating. Waverly Hills.
If she will come up here, I will get us tickets. We'll at least go on the 2
Well,
hours.
you all have fun with that, because I won't. I ain't doing it.
The other thing that I saw, I had video of. When I went for the 6-hour investigation, me and my neighbors went into what's called the death tunnel, the body chute, where they took the tuberculosis patients who had passed away through this tunnel because they didn't want the patients that were still living to see that and get depressed. Okay, so we went into the death tunnel and we walked all the way down, and then you got to walk all the way back up to get out. You can't just go straight out. So we walked all the way down, didn't really see anything. I mean, it's got a vibe to it. But when we were coming back, I was just, taking my cell phone and I was just filming stuff. And I'm sorry, my dog he's got a medical condition going on, so you can hear her coughing. Sorry about that, folks. But when we went back up, we got about midways. And I was just looking through my camera lens on my phone, and all of a sudden, it was almost like this entity materialized. And I swear to you guys, up and down, I am not lying. This was an entity that appeared to be in a long dress. And she was just floating there.
Yeah,
and I started talking to her and say, I was like, we won't hurt you. I wanted to see how close I could get to her. And she starts drifting backwards. And then when we got to the beginning of the death tunnel, she just disappeared. It was a very strange thing.
Were you kind of half expecting it to be like that library ghost in Ghostbusters?
Well,
where she would just really. Where she would turn into like a demon face and get upon you and stuff.
Not really, because I could not see it. I couldn't see a head. It was just like I could see from here down, and it went out into, like, it looked like a shadow. Like, you know how they talk about shadow people? That's what this
Yeah.
looked like.
Yeah, I know. I was just messing around, but yeah, I definitely I have I've experienced that same type of stuff at Myrtle's plantation, and I don't like how it makes me feel. So that's why I don't want to do it again. I don't
Right,
want to do anything with like Waverly Hills or any of that haunted shit because like I did the Myrtle's plantation tour. When me and Candace went there back in 2014 and did not like how it made me feel. It was just a very like overwhelming feeling of
mhm,
like just a fear, like
right,
sadness, just a lot of combined emotions. And I was like, ooh, I don't like that. So yeah,
yeah,
I just choose not to do any more of that because we did like 100%. People can call me a liar or whatever, but we definitely experienced things while on that property.
right,
Um, and I don't know. It's just it's so weird, Dana. It's like it's so
mhm,
because it's just stuff that you part of you. I mean, I know there's probably a lot of people out there that 100% fully believe it, for years. But like for me, it was something. I was at a time in my life where um, just a few years before that, I was an atheist.
mhm,
But my feelings and my beliefs started to change, and then when we went to that, like that was a whole nother thing with me. Like it was at a before that I would have felt like this stuff isn't real. This stuff isn't like that's not exist. That's just in stories. That's just in
right,
movies, whatever. But it's just a thing. It's stuff that you really can't explain that is the scariest stuff that's out there.
right,
You know what I mean?
mhm.
And that's why I just choose not to deal with that stuff anymore.
Gang, I want to continue this conversation for as long as Chris wants to continue the
Yeah.
conversation, but I've got to go out of the stream for just a second and give Brink some medication. But I will be right back.
So I guess while Dana's gone, I'll show off a few things. I showed off this Dawn of the Dead record earlier while we were doing the watch along. But I got some other records here if you guys are interested in seeing them. Since we're on the topic of haunted things. Um, I got this really cool record, the Rob Zombie presents House on Haunted Hill. Um, and Waxwork Records did this one as well. It's beautiful. The inside art is super cool. I'm a huge Vincent Price fan, by the way. Like he's probably like my horror hero or whatever. Um, but the vinyl itself is super. It's beautiful. It's beautiful. It's super beautiful, and just like it's got that really cool art that's also on the cover. Um, just I love that black and that purple kind of marble. It's awesome. And there's another one I think they released. They did a Last Man on Earth one like these two. I've not gotten it yet, but I need to catch up on that because I think these whole Rob Zombie presents like they've done this one. They did Last Man on Earth. I think they did White Zombie with Bela Lugosi. Um, I'm not positive on that, but I really do. I love how those turned out. And then I did. I guess I showed these. I should have showed these on my last stream when I was talking about the sleepaway camp movies, but I didn't for some reason. But this company's called 1984. So this is just it's on side A. It's got the Angelus theme, two different versions of it, and side B, it's got Tonight You're Mine and Take a Chance. But yeah, I love yeah, eat shit and live, as Ricky says in the movie. One of my favorite slasher movies of all time, and then of course Sleepaway Camp 2 and 3 record in 1984. Also put this one out as well. And that image right there is from Sleepaway Camp 3 with Angela and in the Camp New Horizons sweater. And but what's cool is on the inside is all these different photos from Sleepaway Camp 2, which is Sleepaway Camp 2 is probably my favorite out of those three movies. And the vinyl on this one is really cool. This was they had different variations of this, and this one was called Pot Haze, I think was what it called. And so like on the one side it says Camp Rolling Hills, on the other, Camp New Horizons, respectively for Sleepaway Camp 2 and 3. Um, and like I said, there were different variations, and this one, I think this one sold out the quickest. But I also got it because if it's in here, it came with this autographed photo um, of the Shit Sisters from Sleepaway Camp 2. And that was one of my biggest reasons why I wanted that version. Um, just because I really like those characters in Sleepaway Camp 2, and they especially like when they're deaths, like so like they have the one is like tied to like the grill or whatever, and she wakes up and then she sees like her sister's already been killed and she's like burnt into like a a skeleton. Just those are absolutely fantastic movies. Let's see what else can I show here. Got this one right here. This is TerrorVision put this out. This is a Monster Squad um, 3 vinyl set. Now, Monster Squad is my third favorite movie of all time, and so I had to get this. I did the whole bundle. It came with this. It came with the cassette tape, T-shirt, poster, and all that stuff. Now, and while I love this cover, I absolutely love this cover because it's from the art from the original poster. Um, I do not love the artwork that's on the inside because this is the same artwork that was on the poster they sent me. It was on the T-shirt, and just to remind you, when you pre-ordered the bundle, like you did not know that this was the artwork they were going to be using for the inside, or on the T-shirt or the poster. You were just kind of given this information that that's what you were going to get, all that stuff. Um, and so, like, yeah, I'm not crazy about that artwork on the inside, but just glad that they did go with that original poster art for the outside cover. So you know if it's just I've got it on display or whatever, and like you can see that instead of all that. Which this is a cool. They have this artwork too on there, which I think this was for like one of the UK posters or German posters or something. Which I think the German release of Monster Squad was called Monster Busters uh, instead of Monster Squad. So that's the one of the cool things about it in that, but like that, just that art that they commissioned for the inside. No, I wasn't crazy about that. Sorry, Dana. I was just
No,
showing off some
that's
of my
fun. That's
records while you
fun.
were gone.
Um, Candace did say when Dana gets back on, show her our gremlins that we just got
Oh,
in.
yeah. So let me get Candace's first that she got. So Trick or Treat Studios put out these like prop replicas of the Mogwais from Gremlins 2. And I swear these things are some of the best things that I've seen Trick or Treat Studios put out. And
Oh,
they're getting more and more, like that company is getting so good with their stuff that they're putting out. Like they got these new like 5-inch figures of the Texas Chainsaw Massacre that just came out. They look fantastic. I mean, but these are like one of the most impressive things that I've seen Trick or Treat Studios put out. And this so Candace got the Daffy Mogwai.
oh, that is so cool. Look at that.
And I mean, it's just the packaging and everything is just.
Mhm.
I mean, look how big that thing is. Like,
Yeah,
I mean,
that
it's
is
so
awesome.
so. Candace, I think that's her favorite one from Gremlins 2 is Daffy. So since she got her favorite one, I had to get my favorite too, which is Lenny. I've always
It's
loved
so cool
Lenny.
too, yeah.
I've always loved Lenny's laugh, the way he's like that he does, like in Gremlins 2, and just he has the little buck teeth, and just
Yeah, I like
so cool. I love that. But yeah, I mean these are kind of expensive, but I think that they're worth freaking every penny.
yeah.
I think these were like 125 a piece or something like that. But I mean, just the detail on it, and I mean, just showing this on video does not do it justice of what it looks
Right.
like up in person. Um, I mean, yeah, if you're a Gremlins fan, I highly recommend picking one of these up. And they make all of them. Here's one that they make: Gizmo, Mohawk, Daffy, George, and of course
Mhm.
Lenny. So
I would really like to have the Gizmo one, but I mean that's not too awfully expensive for what you're getting. But I
I
just
mean, there's a lot of work put into those. There's a
mhm,
lot of detail. I mean, like I said, you can pick up a mask from Trick or Treat Studios. It's like 60, $70 for that
right.
mask. But I mean, just to know that you could have like a prop replica of one of the Mogwais from Gremlins 2 to what they looked like in the actual film
Hmm.
is just and maybe I'm being biased because I love Gremlins so much, but
No, those
they're
those
amazing.
are really, yeah, amazing is a good word. Um, but probably because I've been blabbing so much, I feel like my voice is starting to go. So if it cracks on y'all, and
Oh, you're fine, Dana. You sound
as long
fine.
as I know I talk a lot. I ain't even gonna lie about that. Um, I wonder if Uncle Bill got mad at us because we
He
gave him
did.
a hard time.
He got his feelings hurt. He went to cry, and of course, Dana didn't invite me. Well, you know what? She did, buddy. You just decided to ignore that.
Yeah, I mean, I talked about this. I've been talking about it for probably close to a week, and I mean, Chris didn't miss out on it, so it's not like I
That's right.
tell
And I've
people.
been busy all day. I've cut grass and everything. I still had time to do a stream with Dana. So, buddy, what's your excuse?
Yeah, you better have a good one that he was with that out with Savannah and the kiddos. That would be
Yeah,
a good.
that's the only excuse
That's the
I'll
only
accept.
acceptable
Yeah,
excuse. Um, FY, I'm gonna say FY because I don't want to read off that name. I'm sorry. I'm afraid it might get me in trouble with the YouTube gods if I do that. But you say I watch Dawn of the Dead so many times per year. Oh, I mean I do too. It's one of those horror movies that if you like it, you like it, or if you
hmm
love it, you love it, and you will watch it many times. Um, and I enjoyed, even though we were watching it, but not really watching it because we were talking over it and stuff. But it still was very enjoyable, and
but that's the fun of a watch along, though.
yes,
Is
it
that
is.
is like, I mean, what you could sit there and just kind of analyze the whole movie, but I mean, really, like, how many people have done that? There's so many people that just sit and just analyze, you sit and watch the movie and analyze it. There's commentaries you can watch on the DVDs and Blu-rays and all that.
Yeah,
That it does the same thing, but I think it's more fun to do these watch-alongs and just kind of like talk about the movie, but also talk about things that kind of relate to the movie too, and sometimes things that don't relate to the movie. Like we went into a whole thing with like Mister Rogers
and
tonight on the
conventions and
yeah and stuff like that.
which speaking of conventions, I did want to bring up another underwhelming experience I had, but it was one of those. I don't think it was the guest's fault. I don't feel like it was the guest's fault, and it definitely wasn't my fault. But when I met Jamie Lee Curtis, and people are going to say, "Oh no, not this story again." But
It's
here's
because of the guy in front of you,
the
right?
guy in front of me, bless his heart. He dropped his posters, and I don't know how many daggone posters he had for her to sign. But when he was done, he dropped his posters. Poster tubes went everywhere. And he spent at least a minute or two picking up all those poster
And
tubes.
it was all posters that she signed for him too, right?
Apparently, yeah. Um, and she made a joke, typical Jamie Lee Curtis sarcasm there. She, said something about hurry up, Um, but by the time that I got up there to her, because I was the next person, she was still completely distracted by that incident that I think, bless her heart, she just barely looked at me while she was signing my. So I was like, the reason why I was sad over it, I wasn't angry with her. I wasn't even angry at the guy that dropped the posters. I was just like, why did this have to happen? Because this is probably going to be my one and only chance to meet Jamie Lee Curtis.
Yeah, it's so weird when stuff like that happens because and I was tell a story real quick, but before I want to say is about that is that and the reason I asked you is were all those posters that she had signed
Mhm.
for. See, the thing that bothers me about that story is that going into that event that Jamie Lee Curtis was at Whorehound, there were basically ground rules that were established
Yes,
online
yeah.
to where each person that met her was able to only get two items signed and nothing more.
Right.
Um, and so I had to, I got two items signed by her at that show,
Mhm.
and I was struggling with my choices.
Oh,
But
yeah.
I finally settled on this 8x10 that I had signed by Nancy Keys and PJ Souls already. So it was all three of the girls from the original Halloween there. And so I said, well, I'm going to get Jamie Lee on there too. Of course, that's one. And then the other one, I fought with myself back and forth on what I want to be that second item. And I finally just decided because I had this other 8x10. So I didn't even get any posters signed by her. I was
Uh-huh.
both 8x10s. The other one was just really cool because I love the shot. It was a behind the scenes shot. It's got like Donald Pleasance is in the background, and he's got I think he's like holding a pop can or something. He's like laughing, and
Uh-huh.
Dick Warlock is in the full Michael Myers, outfit, and she's jumped into his arms and like she's
Right.
kissing him right on the the mouth of the mask. And I'd had Dick Warlock sign that like a couple of years before or whatever. So I said, you know what? this would look this would be awesome piece to display. So I decided to get her on that too. So I didn't get anything prom night or terror train or one
Right.
of my favorite Jamie Lee Curtis movies, which is a House Arrest, which is a like a comedy from the
Mhm.
'90s. And I told her that too when I met her. I was like, "Hey, my favorite movie or my favorite role of yours is in the movie House Arrest." And she's like, "Oh my God, what is wrong with you?" But in like a sarcastic
More
way.
of that typical Jamie Lee Curtis
But
sarcasm.
she was like joking around about it and everything. And but but that the whole thing just that if that guy got all those posters signed by her, like that kind of peeves me off because
Yeah,
I really sit and
exactly.
like fought with myself to figure out what two items I wanted to get signed. But other than that, like the story I wanted to tell was that when you have experiences like that, like you said, it's weird because like something happens before you get up there. So this happened with me and Candace with a guy that I was a huge, both me and her were huge fans of as kids because we were both big Mighty Morphin Power Rangers fans as when we were little
Right.
kids. And Jason David Frank, who played Tommy, the Green Ranger, and he was also the White Ranger later on. See, he was well known at conventions for being super like fun and interactive
Mhm.
and just going through the line and just like interacting with everybody, just being, having given every single fan a pleasant experience.
Right.
So something happened before we got up there, and I found out later what it was. But at the time, I was like, "What the hell?" Because we
Mhm.
met him, and he was just—you could tell something about him was kind of like off, and he
Right.
wasn't very talkative or being how he normally is. And me and Ken's was like, "Wow, that was weird." And it came out find out later that the guy that came before that was in line before us,
Mhm.
that was like his third or fourth time that he came
Oh,
around, and it turned out like he was this big stalker of Jason David Frank.
oh,
So yeah, it was it sucks that that was the only time that we ever got to meet him because he's passed away now. He died a few years ago. Don't want to get into that,
mm,
but yeah, I was a huge fan of him. I mean, I still am, but it's just that it sucks when you get in situations like that. To meeting a celebrity, um, you know, like yours with Jamie Lee Curtis. In that same way,
yeah,
that guy was just kind of bumfuzzled her, like she didn't really know like what was going on, and so
right.
you had to be the victim of of that next person that kind of be like in that already awkward state she was
Yeah,
in.
because by the Steve was, of course, behind me in line, so by the time he got up there, she had recovered from that whole confusing and unexpected experience that
Mm,
she had more interaction with Steve. Plus, Steve can say that when Jamie Lee Curtis came back from the bathroom and we were all standing out in the hallway after we had met her,
mhm.
she grabbed his bicep and he was like, Jamie Lee Curtis just grabbed my bicep. Okay.
Yeah, she was super cool though. Like
Yeah.
did you do the photo ops with her too?
No, now in hindsight, I wish I had have.
Ah man, like I think that was the first thing that because when they set those ground rules online, like there's like you could get 2 items signed, but she wasn't taking pictures at her table. If you wanted a
Right,
picture with her, you had to do a photo op. So that was the photo op was the first thing that I grabbed,
right.
because to me, like I like autographs and everything, but like these certain celebrities like that won't do the pictures at their table. Like there's the
Mhm.
same thing with like Sam Raimi.
Yeah,
Like the only way you could get a picture with him is you did the pro photo op. Like that's more of a priority to me, like than
right.
getting an autograph. So like I said, yeah, if
And
I said,
nowadays it is for me too. There are some people like I don't really care if I get the autograph. The only thing about getting the autograph as opposed to
it feels
getting
more personal.
yeah, yeah. It's not really that I care so much about the autograph. It's the interaction I get. And Robert England's a prime example of that. I had interaction with Robert England. It was a very nice interaction. Me and Candace both did with Robert England when we got that photo op done. But I just wish I had gotten to, because I had a gift for him. Stuff was handmade stuff that I had made from
Hmm.
my shop, and I brought it to him. And you could tell he wanted to really take it out and look at it. But I saw him glance over at his handlers and the lady taking the pictures, and you could tell that there was some kinda unspoken thing going on between them that
Right? It's like no, because
was
that whole photo op thing is like you kind of like it's a quick thing, yeah.
yeah,
So yeah, it's more personable if you meet them at their table and stuff like that. I get that. Um, but sometimes it's a matter of like standing in that huge line because the photo op thing goes fast. Like
yeah,
it could be a big line of people, but you get through that really quick. See, it's different if you are waiting to meet them at their table on the convention floor,
mhm,
and because sometimes they will take their time and talk from person to person, and you could be
mhm,
standing there a long time before you get to meet them. And then also it's just I don't know. There's a lot of aspects to it, but like, so I've never met Robert England at
mhm,
his table. I've only gotten photo ops with him. I've never got to go and like have a conversation with him, talk with him at his actual. And I know he's gotten even more expensive now at
mhm,
the show, but I'm just depending on what my financial status is at the time. I'm considering trying to meet him at Scarefest this year at his table because I would
And
really
if you
like.
guys go and I go with you, I definitely want to, if at all possible, I
Yeah,
want
because
to
I
meet
would I would
him.
really love to try and talk with him because I've had so many friends that have met him that way. They're like, man, listen, I know it's expensive now. I know his prices are even higher now, but it's an unforgettable experience, by talking with him and just cause, especially if you're a huge fan of him and the Nightmare on Elm Street films and everything else that he was involved with,
Mhm.
then it's something that's going to be special to you. It's something that you're never going to forget. It's something you can always talk about. You can talk to your kids about, your grandkids, whatever. So I'm like still debating on it.
Mhm.
But this depends because I know Scarefest is going to be crazy this year anyway because this is going to be the largest Nightmare on Elm Street
Yeah.
gathering I think in
So we thought it
history.
was crazy last year. It'd probably be
Because look,
crazy this
at
year.
Scarefest this year, they got not only they got Robert Englund, but they got about as many people as they can get from the original film, from Nightmare on Elm Street 2, 3, 4, 5. I mean, I think they just added Lisa Zane too, so they're going to have
Okay.
Freddy's Dead represented there. But they've got, I think, almost like all the Dream Warriors from Part 3. I know Mark Patton, Kim Myers from Part 2 is going to be there. From like part 4 and 5. Lisa Wilcox will be there Tuesday night. What's her name? Toy Newkirk.
Yeah.
Just a ton. I mean, there are so many. And that's just the Nightmare on Elm Street people.
Oh
I
yeah.
mean, they just announced Dana Kimmel last night from Friday 13th Part 3. Then they're going to have like a Monster Squad reunion, Reanimator reunion, just ton. I mean, it's crazy. So if
Right.
there's anybody out there that's going to be meeting like everybody at this show, can I have some of your money,
Yeah.
please? Do you
Yeah.
know
Me
where I can get
too.
that kind of money? Because
What kind of job do you have? I want that job. Yeah.
so if when
Fine.
I go to Scarefest, I'm definitely going to have to be very selective on who I want to meet anyway, because this shit ain't getting any cheaper.
No. No. And remember the debacle last year of me and Steve were starving to death because we literally could not find anywhere to eat, and we've determined that it's not really the convention promoters' fault; it's the venue's fault for screwing everything up.
Well, let me tell you something, Dana. I feel bad for because you guys had to wait outside for a long time before you even got
Yeah,
into
we did.
Scarefest last year, and I feel bad because I should have let you know what I did that night before. Because see, we came down that night before, and I know that that was probably like an half hour, 45-minute drive for you guys from your house to Scarefest, or what do you think?
Oh gosh, I'd have to ask Steve. I'm not sure.
Well, anyway, I don't know if you guys would even done this to begin with, but this is
I
what.
wouldn't have got Steve to come up the night before. There's
So we came out the night before, and I just ran in there. It was like an hour before the show was getting ready to close,
no.
and I went in there and I was like, "Hey, can I get my passes for
Yeah,
tomorrow?" And
that's
they gave them to me, and then so the next day we didn't have to
waiting that
stand
long.
in that line. We didn't have to stand in that line to go through the admission to get everything. So I already had my wristbands. So we just got to go in that re-entry door straight away as soon as the show
Mhm.
opened. And anybody that hasn't been to Scarefest, and if you plan on going this year, I highly advise, especially if you're just going for one day. If you're going like on Saturday, which is the busiest day, um, definitely if you can go down the night before and get your passes then, so you don't have to wait in that huge ass line.
And John Chris at Movie Junkie John, he told me the same thing, Chris. And I even talked to Steve about it, and Steve's like, "Nope, we're not going up
It
the
just
night
saves you a
before."
lot of time. I know it's kind of maybe an inconvenience to do that, but it's just going to save you a lot of time, on the day that you do go.
And be
Uh,
prepared when you do go that
yeah,
because the venue used to have, and I know Chris and Candace remember this,
yeah,
the venue where it is where Scarefest takes place is it used to be called Rep Arena, now it's called the Central Banks
well,
Center.
it's still called Rep Arena.
Do
Like,
they still call it Rep Arena? Okay.
yeah, but it's just like that one. It has that alternate name now too. But
Mhm.
yeah, they still call it Rep Arena though.
Okay. So many moons ago when it was old school Scarefest
Yeah,
and the changes to the venue hadn't taken place, there used to be like a mall like food court in there that
yeah.
had a lot of different restaurants.
They had like Arby's and Subway, and there was this little kind of sit
There
down
was
restaurant in there
Chinese
called
food and
yeah. There was a little sit down restaurant in there called Yesterday's,
mhm,
which that there for several years, going to Scarefest when T-shirt Joe was still vending like at Scarefest. That was a tradition that me and him and Candace would go and eat at that little restaurant Yesterday's in there, and I miss that. I miss Joe. I haven't seen him in
yeah.
a long
I,
time.
I see Joe every once in a while uh, comment or post something on Facebook, but yeah, I really miss seeing Joe at conventions and stuff. I miss a lot of things about how the conventions used to be,
Yeah,
and when it wasn't wall to wall people, and you could actually find your friends and stuff, and be like, hey, and we still do that to some extent. Me and Candace and Chris communicated through cell phones and stuff this last one, and like, where you guys at? Do y'all want to meet to eat? Because me and Steve, that mall like food court is gone. That's what I was getting at.
yeah.
So it is very, very hard to find somewhere to eat at the
It
venue.
is. There's not. I mean, there are places inside that venue, but it's like I don't recommend it because it's just
Mhm.
highly overpriced stuff. And like I went to Lexington Comic because they had Lexington Comic Con at that same venue earlier this year, and I was, I went there with my friends Brad and Jake, and so we just kind of split up when we got there, and we were doing our own thing. We didn't stick together or anything, but like, and I remember I was super thirsty, and I went and I found that place, and they have this little place where they sell food and drinks stuff like that, and I got a Sprite, and the cup was like this, and it was $6
Yeah.
for a Sprite, and then I was like, well, they better be glad I'm just really really thirsty because like otherwise I would never have paid six
Yeah,
dollars to go
screw
anywhere
this. I'm
else.
not, I
But there's really not a lot to choose from there. But there is a place right across the street though called Lakes Live,
mhm,
and they have a lot of they have like a bowling alley, they have an arcade, they have all kinds of stuff in there. So but it can be expensive too. But there are other just places in that area though. Like what I advise if you go to somewhere like that is like try to take you some snacks with you,
yeah.
or try to
That's
eat
something that
something.
I learned real quick.
Try to eat something that's going to settle in with you enough for enough time that you're going to be at the convention, and then like after you leave, you can go somewhere outside the convention and eat
Mhm,
too. Like me and Cass, we really like the restaurant called Rallies, and
uh-huh,
there's one just like right down the road from that arena, and it's it's very reasonably priced if you've ever eaten at Rallies. I mean, you can get like meals for like $6 or $7, and
right.
stuff that will fill you up. So, um, kind of now I'm talking about I kind of want Rallies.
Yeah,
That
and
sucks because there's
if you happen to be diabetic, folks, like I am, for heaven's sake, have you some sugar on you because I was about to pass out by the time we was
yeah, you definitely, especially in because what that it was October when they had Scarefest, but it was still like hot as hell outside,
yeah,
and the inside of the venue wasn't really doing any better on air
right.
conditioning.
And with that
So
many people packed in there,
yeah,
it's at
it
worst.
can be rough.
Mhm. And So I hope that the promoters of Scarefest didn't really watch my after Scarefest video because they probably got pissed off. I wasn't really mad at them. I was upset with the situation.
Yeah, just because when it comes to stuff like that, it's really out of their hands. I mean, they do the best they can to control it, but there's just some things, and I've talked with enough convention promoters to know that some things just can go beyond their control sometimes
Right.
in situations at these shows.
Now,
Uh,
now the one thing that I will say they could hopefully streamline is I had media passes
mhm.
for that because of my YouTube channel. I just applied to get media passes. And so supposedly they didn't give you detailed instructions. They just said go to where everybody else is getting their tickets and tell them you got media passes. That was the biggest fuck up, I'm sorry to say it that way, that I have ever seen at a convention. At Harham, when I got media passes, it was much more streamlined. I had to go to 2 or 3 different lines, and then this lady came over and said, "Well, they usually send people directly to me when they need media passes." And I thought, "Well, gee, thanks for telling me. Why didn't y'all tell me to come to your line anyway?" So we finally got them after waiting outside all that time, and we get in there, and we think, "Great, we're gonna get our media passes." And the girl I went to first was like, "I don't know anything about media passes," and she kept
Hmm.
looking at my paperwork, at my email I'd gotten that said they would have media passes for me in my name. And I was like, I was thinking, "Are we gonna get these media passes, or are they just gonna turn us away?" It was just very, very, unorganized in that sense.
Right. Um, where I just started my channel, at the beginning of this year. I the last horror hound I went to, that was the first time I ever applied for media passes. I got them through that, and I applied for Scarefest this year, but I've not heard anything back from them yet.
They're
Uh,
usually really delayed. I thought I wasn't gonna get them, and it was a long time. It was almost before Scarefest
oh,
was gonna
really?
be on before they got to me.
Um, but I just think that's super cool that they got Dana Kimmel from Part Three,
I'm
because she
on the
doesn't.
fence about Dana Kimmel. Have
She
you
does.
heard my Dana Kimmel story?
No, that there can only be one Dana.
No, no. And I've never met Dana Kimmel, so this is not based on any meeting with Dana Kimmel. The thing about Dana Kimmel is, and maybe she's changed her tune. And Steve always laughs at me because he says, "I think you were the only one that read that Fangoria article years and years ago." But I read a Fangoria article years and years ago about the ladies of Camp Crystal Lake, or the women of Camp Crystal Lake, or whatever. And they talked to Dana Kimmel, they talked to Amy Steele, they talked to Adrian King, they talked
Hmm.
to a lot of these different people. And when they talked to Dana Kimmel, she was going on about how she told Steve Miner, "No, I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to do this. I'm not going to, I know that they have a right to say, I'm not going to take my clothes off in a film." But she was going on about other stuff too. She said, "No, you're not going to do this thing where I have my head cut off in the movie." And I'm like, "Are you crazy? This would have been great if Dana Kimmel's Chris character got her head cut off in Friday 13th Part 3. Would that not have been amazing? Even if it was a dream sequence, it would have been amazing." And she just went on and on about how she didn't like this in Friday 13th Part 3. She didn't like that. She was constantly going to Steve Miner and saying, "We're not doing that. We got to change it. I'm not doing this stuff." And I'm like, "Why were you even in a horror movie? You knew it was a horror movie. Why are you acting this way?" So I've always, right or wrong, I've always held that against Dana Kimmel. I can't help it.
Uh, I don't know. I feel like there's more to the story than that. Like, because with a lot of actors and actresses out there, even though like certain characters are written a certain
Mhm.
way, there's that's more common than you think. Like with as far as like changes to the character, if the actor or the actress doesn't
Mhm.
agree with a certain, so they have to change it. I mean, but so I don't really know the full context there with that story. I'd love to hear Steve Miner talk about it though.
Yeah, that would be a great thing for somebody to. What do what's your take on the whole Dana Kimmel situation and
Hmm.
Friday 13th Part 3? And if I remember correctly, I wish I had that article in front of me now. Um, but from what I could gather, I'm not 100% sure on this, but it seemed like she was coming from some kind of and I don't want to put down religion. I'm not putting down religion, but it seemed like she was coming from that kind of headspace that makes me wary of it, because there's regular religious people and then there's extreme religious people. And it's like everything that Steve Miner was wanting her to do, or everything that he was wanting to happen to her character in this film, she was saying, no, because that's just not right. And again, Dana Kimmel, it's a horror movie. What do you mean it's not?
Yeah, like yeah, I definitely agree with you on that because um, you got to look at the expectations. If it's a horror film, there's going to be things like this that are not going to um, be on the same level of, like, say, your religion, your faith, or whatever.
Right,
Like, I'm a religious person, but I can also like handle the fact that I'm, a horror fan, and I know everything. The expectations come with,
right.
these films and everything involved in the whole horror genre. And that's just a whole other thing, which I won't get into it, but like,
Mhm.
that's just a because everybody who is religious, who does have faith, they each have their own personal relationship with God, and
Right.
so that's kind of like how you have to handle things on your own. I mean, not everybody's perfect, but you got to remember, if you're an actor or you're an actress, if you go into that, because you have the choice to
Mhm.
accept or deny a role
Right,
as an actor and
exactly.
actress, and if like part of you feels like like, well, if you're religious and you can't, you don't feel right being a part of a horror movie role, um then you just don't do it,
Don't accept it. Yeah.
but with her knowing what she was going into, that is where I would love to look more into that though,
Mhm.
because
T
I didn't know about that.
TJ says, sounds like revisionist history. She wasn't a huger star to make demands like that, but I don't know. Um, so are you saying, TJ, that maybe the person writing that Fangoria article like did some revisionist history there, or I don't know. I just remember reading that article and I never looked at Dana Kimmel the same way after that, just because I was like, just like me and Chris just said, she knew what she was getting into. She knew she was going into a horror movie, and she had been on another horror movie when she was younger called Sweet 16. Um, and she was trying to solve the murder mystery in that. Maybe she was saying things she wanted to say. Well, that's a possibility, but I'm like Chris, I'd love to hear what Steve Miner.
Yeah, I would look. Like I said, that's the first I'd ever heard about that.
Mhm.
When you said that, so I would love to look more into that and see if there's maybe Steve Miner has talked about it. I don't know. But that does make, talking about this does make me want to go back and watch the documentary again of Crystal Lake Memories.
Mhm.
Um, that's one of my favorite documentaries of all
Yeah,
time.
it's
I love it.
that one's a really, really good. In the book, Crystal Lake Memories, a big
Hmm.
coffee table book is fantastic.
which I think that's what I think I'm gonna try to get her to sign that. At Scarefest is the book because I have other people already in the book.
but
So
I didn't mean to interject into what you was going to talk about Dana Kimmel. But anytime anybody says Dana Kimmel,
oh
I
oh no,
automatically
I was just saying it's cool that she's gonna be there
yeah,
because
yeah. I'm not
you don't see her at a lot of conventions.
no, and this is Dana Kimmel. I hope you don't ever see this, but I've got to say it
She's
because
watching it right now. I guarantee it.
I might. I
She's like,
I
"Dad, I'm
laugh.
gonna find out where she lives, and I'm gonna give her what for."
Me and Steve did a commentary for Friday 13th Part 3 way a long time ago when Steve did a lot of commentaries with me. And we were talking about Dana Kimmel, and I was talking about that exact thing about reading that article. And of course, Steve said, "Yeah, you're the only one that ever read that article, Dana." I said, "No, it was in Fangoria. I mean, a lot of people read it." But he he said he saw Dana Kimmel at a convention a few years back from when we was doing the commentary. He said, it looked like Dana Kimmel had been put in an oven for 350 for an hour because her skin was so. I'm sorry, Dana Kimmel. I don't mean to, but that just made me laugh so hard when Steve said that.
You're Dana. You're gonna get a "to whom it may concern" later from Dana King.
I'm gonna get a cease and desist letter from.
What? How dare you?
Uh, uh, PJ, yeah, Candace Cameron and her brother Kirk Cameron. That's a big disappointment too, because I loved watching them on sitcoms growing up. And TJ says like Candace Cameron saying horror is a portal to evil. She just wants attention. It seems.
I don't know. That's another thing I'm on the fence about. Like, I feel like she has the right to feel that way. I
Mhm.
mean,
She has a right to feel that way, but I anybody has a right to feel any way they want to. But the problem that comes for me personally, I don't know if this is how TJ feels, but when they try to push their belief system on other people, like making them feel like they're going to hell for watching a horror movie, I know my God's not going to send me to hell for watching. He'd have to send me to hell 100 times over as many horror films as I have watched. That's where I have a problem when anybody tries to say or insinuate that you're sinning for watching a horror movie. You're going to hell because I've had people say that if you smoke cigarettes, you're going to hell. And I'm like, I look at them like, what in the world are you talking about here?
were they all Carrie White's mom?
They were incarnations of Carrie White. Oh man. TJ says people get older. Dudes call a girl hot from 30 years ago when they were 20. They're not going to look like that when they're 65. Well, yeah, somebody needs to remind Steve of that very gently. I've tried to remind him, but you know, he doesn't listen. But I don't want anybody in here to think that I'm knocking religion or knocking people's belief system. I just I would not want anybody to feel like I was pushing my belief system on them. So in turn, I just don't like people trying to force feed me their belief system.
Well, I mean, yeah, that's something that I can't agree with because, like, I feel like you know that. I mean, you want to try to spread if you're religious and you have faith and you want to kind of spread that, but you want to be careful how you do it, though.
Right,
You
exactly.
don't want to come off as forceful and like you have to believe this. This is you want to the point where you're scaring people away from it. You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah.
Like, I feel like I've always said this. Um, you know, people really, it's best if people find their own path.
Right.
and go on their own journey. And if it when it comes to religion and faith, and you know it. And it's good, to have there will be people there, that's put in that path along the way that will help kind of see that, but not real. And Candace was always like that. Like I said,
Yeah, that's what I was going to bring up. Me and Candace have had lots of conversation. And I hope this doesn't embarrass Candace if she's still in here. Candace and I have had conversations about a lot of different things, but religion comes up
Mhm.
quite often. God comes up quite often.
Yeah,
Um, but Candace has never made me feel like she's forcing
exactly. And that,
anything
and
on me.
but like and when me and her first got together, like I said, I when me and her first got together, I was an atheist, and like I knew that she was religious. I knew that her family was, and I made that first and foremost known to her. Like, are you okay with that? You
Mhm.
know, and you know, but I just feel like everything does happen for a reason. She was put there for me for
Yeah.
a reason, and even though she never forced anything on me when it came to religion, she let me be my own person, have my own beliefs, what I wanted to believe in. Um, it came to me like on my own. Like she never tried to drill anything into my head or anything. It's just, and I feel like that's the best thing to do is like
Mhm.
just to let people make their choices. Go on their own journey. You can kind of be there, and
Right.
just kind of like put stuff out there, but like don't force it on them. You know what I
Mhm.
mean? And that's exactly I think what happened with Candace. It just kind of but I just really I found, and I don't know if I've ever told this story or not, Dana, but
Mhm.
to you, but Candace knows it very well. Um, it's and people will probably laugh at this, but the thing that really like made me decide like, hey, well, I wouldn't even like I made just kind of like this progress where I told Candace after I watched a particular movie. I said, hey, I'm starting to question things now. I don't think I'm atheist anymore. I said,
Yeah.
I said, I'm not, a Christian or anything, but like, I'm starting to kind of like look at things differently. And the movie that made me feel that way was the original Paranormal Activity. And I know to
That's
some people,
interesting, though.
I know some people's going to think, well, what the hell? That sounds silly. Like, that made you start, wanting to be religious? Like, well, not exactly. Like I said, it just made my mind, how I looked at things, how I perceived things, than the way I
Right.
was. Like I was at a point. I was at a point where I didn't believe in anything. I didn't think, this like higher power existed, or, I just didn't believe in like heaven or hell or
Mhm.
sin or anything like that.
I think,
So,
Chris, you were probably more of what they call an agnostic.
well, it was kind of progressing to after I watched the movie, but then like just things, more and more things
Yeah.
started to kind of be put in front of me to where I was like, and it was maybe like a year after that, I decided to become a Christian,
Mhm.
and so it went through a lot of changes,
Yeah.
like and but I feel like I have in a lot of ways changed for the better over the
Mhm.
past several years because of it. And because there's a lot more I could go into, but I just it's like really personal stuff that I can't really talk about with just anybody. You know what I mean?
Right. Right.
Um, but just went through a lot of dark times. Um, before I met Candace, so I'm lucky in that aspect.
Yeah. And, I Chris brought up a very good point, and I'm not trying to get sappy here, and I know Chris ain't trying to get sappy, but sometimes we talk about serious stuff on here, and I think it's good
Hmm.
to talk about. Um, but um, I just lost my whole train of thought here. That is awful. What was I starting to talk about here? Oh Lord, God help me here because I was getting ready to talk about you, Lord. Yeah, I just totally lost my whole train of thought. I hate that. Ever since my last bout with COVID, that has happened to me. And Candace says it happens to her too.
Oh well, Candace has fibromyalgia, so
Mhm.
she always get what they call fog brain.
Yeah,
So
yeah,
she'll have something in her head, and then like that, it's gone. Like
it
she
just
can't remember.
it's um but I did want to say, what I do remember about, like, me and Candace have, like I said, I'm not going to tell y'all specifics of everything me and Candace talk about because some of the stuff we talk about is pretty private and I'm not going to talk about it all on here, just like Chris has certain things that are really super personal um, to him. And it's okay to share it with maybe your significant other and maybe a good friend or another family member, but not to everybody on the internet, right? So, but me and Candace have really had some great, fantastic conversations over things regarding religion, things about God. And, one of the things that I have now, Steve laughs at me, which I pray for Steve. I pray for anybody. I even pray for people that do believe. Candace says she'll pray for me when I'm going through a dark time. I say that I'll pray for her. The power of prayer is it is a powerful thing, and it does help. But Chris was talking about dark times in his life before, and I think I'm starting to remember what I was going to talk about, and about people being put in your path,
Mhm.
and God puts those people. I believe that God puts these people in your path. Um, but I bless Steve's heart. Sometimes I think that people have went through tough times in their life. Somebody has passed away. Like my cousin Heather is a great example. And I don't think she would mind me sharing this story. She Her second husband, Mark, who I still maintain was the best person to have in her life. And Mark, before she met him, had cancer. And then cancer, he had, which I always get confused if non Hodgkin's lymphoma is the worst of the two or Hodgkin's lymphoma is but he was told by doctors that he had the lesser form of it, okay, that was more treatable. So he goes into remission and he's in remission for years and years and years. He meets Heather, they fall in love, they get married. And then a few years into their marriage, Mark gets sick and he goes to a doctor in Kentucky and they tell him he has the worst form of Hodgkin's lymphoma. And, I'm trying not to cry by telling this, but Mark did not get better from it. He he was tough. He was a fighter. He hung in there as long as he could, but it basically became a point where the hospital told Heather, take him home, make him feel comfortable. Basically, we've done all we can for him. And I don't want to make anybody feel sad or depressed or in a dark place, but it was a horrifying moment for Heather when Mark did pass away because he basically bled to death in front of her. And the last thing he said to her was, "I love you, Heather," before he left. And that did things to Heather that destroyed Heather. Mark's death destroyed Heather. And Heather had always been a person that depended on God, that would say, "God help me through this. God help me through that." No. When Mark died, she was so angry at God for taking Mark away. That's how she felt. Why? And she told me, she was crying. She said, "Dana," she said, "why did God take Mark, a very good person, away from me when he lets these really bad people go on living?" She just could not, you know, resign herself to that. The love of her life was gone, and she just could not deal with it. So now Heather is atheist, agnostic, um, she completely, and well, as far as the outside, world is concerned, she's turned away from God. She no longer talks to God. She doesn't want anything to do with God. She doesn't want people to talk to her about God. And it's really sad because as much as I love Heather, I've seen her turn her own son against God. And I think that he should have been allowed to make his own decision about whether, not just hear his mother say, "Don't even bother with God," basically. He's not gonna help you, you know? And when I saw, um, whenever I saw, Heather and Auburn, her son, they came to, one of my, or not one of mine, but they came to me and Steve's house and stayed overnight, and Heather was going to what she called a humanist meeting, which is the same thing as saying, "I believe in myself, I don't believe in God." You're in it yourself, and you gotta take care of yourself, and there's nobody gonna be looking out for you. And she took Auburn to that meeting, and I couldn't say a word because it's not my child, but I
Hmm.
was very upset over that.
Yeah, that's why, like, you don't agree with everything that people do. Like, I know there's stuff that I do that people don't agree with. Um, but it's just one of those things where you really don't want to get involved. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
Because you know, I just feel like that's why that religion to so many people is such a taboo thing for them
Mhm.
to talk about.
Right.
I'm different. I'm pretty open about talking about it. And if you don't feel the same way I do, if you don't believe in God, or or any kind of religion, that's fine. I respect that. I'm respectful of everybody's different, views and opinions and stuff, or at
Mhm.
least, I try to be. I know I joke around and stuff sometimes and stuff, but like really deep down though, I do try to respect people as much as I
Yeah.
can, and I would expect the same in return. Um, and I've seen so many things on social media, just online, of people like that were friends or family, or and they've just kind of like fell out on it over politics or religion. And to me, when I see that kind of stuff, it breaks my heart,
Yeah.
because I have friends and family from all different walks of life,
Mhm.
and I don't love them any differently because they don't agree with my beliefs or my
Right.
opinions or the things that I like, or the things I do or whatever.
Mhm.
And then same thing with them. Like I don't look at them any different. Um, do some things they say about things, um, like make me mad or something? No, not really.
Right.
I mean, I don't agree with it, but I'm just, I'm like, that's their, like I said, like going back to that whole Candace Cameron thing. Like,
Mhm.
you know, I I don't really agree with her on that, but
Mhm.
at the same time, I'm not her.
Right.
It's her right to feel the way she wants to feel
Mhm.
and have her views on the things, that she has. Um, and I feel that way, about anybody, and I would just and all I, ask is to get that same respect in return,
Right.
and don't come across as just because you disagree with me that you're going to like, well, I don't like that guy. I don't want to be
Yeah,
friends with you
exactly.
anymore.
Yeah, that's a problem that some people have, that just because you don't have the same viewpoint as they do, well, I'm writing you off as a friend. You know what? To me, that was never really a friend. I don't know what they were wanting from you.
Exactly.
If they were, and it's been a hard road for me to discover that
Mhm.
about certain people, and I'm not going to name names on here, but Chris knows, Candace knows. Um, that it took me a long time, and it was a hard, rocky road for me to be able to realize that I don't know if people were using me for something, but apparently they weren't a friend. They never were a friend. And, if you were using me for something, you better find somebody else that you can use for something, because I ain't going to get nobody anywhere. Who am I? I'm just, some Yahoo on the internet doing streams about horror movies and stuff. I mean, but I don't know what certain people's intentions were, but I have vowed from those experiences, um, not to allow myself to do that again. And I've made Candace promise to do whatever she can to say, "Dana, remember, so you don't make the same mistake twice." So I have people might say this is a bad thing, but because of experiences that have happened in the last several years, I've become a very guarded person about
Well,
who I let
you
into my life anymore.
you have to be sometimes.
Mhm.
And I think that's the case for everybody. Like especially in this day and age, this is the things in society has changed so much. And I don't mean to get all deep philosophical or anything, but
Well,
you
that's
know,
part of what we do at the end of these watch longs. We just talk back and forth.
but yeah, we're in times where you kind of have to be guarded sometimes because it goes back to what I was talking about. Like I try to be respectful to everyone, but at the same time, I got to keep my guard up too because I know not everybody is going to be the same way as I am. Not everybody's going to be as respectful or try to come off in a kind way like I try to be with
Right.
people. I know that a lot of people are going to be hateful and rude and just and kind of like closed minded to things like that. But that's okay, Like I'm not like I said, you could be that way and uh, you can be respectful at the same time, and
Yes.
you can like not write somebody off or dislike them because they're that way.
Mhm.
Because I'm not going to do that to you, but if you do that to me, then it's it's going to disappoint me
Mhm.
because like I've had a friend just in the past last little bit not that long ago I was friends with for over 15 years, Dana,
Mhm.
and just dropped me like that, like blocked me on social media, everything. And you know what it was over? It was over a fucking wrestling
Yeah.
opinion.
Yeah.
Excuse my language.
But yeah.
And that to me, I'm like, okay, if you're really going to drop me off, drop me as a friend because that sucks because and it was hurtful to me. I'm not gonna lie, it's
Yeah,
hurtful to
yeah,
me. Um, over that, and we've known each other for over 15 years.
yeah.
It just tells me that it was that friendship wasn't meant to be anyway.
Mhm.
It upset me at first, and it took me about a day or so to kind of like
It took
kind of
me
process
longer,
it
so you
to process it, but I was like, but it is what it is now. I mean, I still look back on it. I try not to have any hard feelings,
Mhm.
but at the same time, I'm still kind of confused by it because I wasn't given an explanation or anything. I wasn't given a
Right.
chance. It was just like, hey, you're blocked. I no longer want to talk to you. Whatever.
Mhm.
And but and that's something little. That was just over something really stupid. But there are like I said, there are serious things out there like politics, religion, all that stuff that people get in these big debates and fights and stuff over and end up,
Yeah.
losing. They write off family members, friends, whatever.
Oh, yeah.
And I
Right.
just think, in the end, is any of that shit really worth it?
I don't think so, and I mean, when Chris mentioned, um, 15 years or more of knowing some or thinking you know somebody, right? And, you know, almost the same thing happened. It was different. It was a different situation that happened, and I'm not gonna go into details, but, there were people that wrote me off that specifically told me they didn't want anything to do with me anymore. And I'm like, first of all, this didn't even have anything to do with you. So I don't know why you're getting mad at me and want to write me off. And that person I didn't know as long as the other person. And the other person strung me along. They blocked me or they unfriended me on Facebook, which I know it's frivolous. This is silly, unfriending people on Facebook carrying on. I'll be the first to say that's unless it's something serious, like somebody's threatening to kill you or, being, extremely creepy and there are certain reasons why you would need to unfriend somebody. But in this situation, it was ridiculous, folks. And then they strung me along. They would talk to me on Messenger and then not talk to me on Messenger for long periods of time. And I would, message them and I'd be like, I was trying to be nice about it. I said, I thought we were friends. Why don't we talk like we used to? And they just kept going round and round and round and round in circles. And then finally, after months, they blocked me on Messenger, so I couldn't talk to them at all, and I'm like, "I didn't do anything to you. I didn't do one damn thing to you, not one." And, you know, Chris knows about this, Candace knows about it, and the people involved know about it, but I'm not gonna blast names on here. Who knows, knows, and I just wanted to bring that up because there's ridiculous things, just like what happened with Chris. What that was so ridiculous for somebody to just after
It's
over
kind of
15 years.
laughable
Yeah, it's
now. I
laughable now.
go back and think about it, but like at the time, I was really hurt by it. I was like, seriously, I was really taken aback. I was like, I remember talking to Candace about it. I'm like,
Mhm.
because she knows this person too. Like she knows like that. This is we. Whenever we were around each other, we were very talkative, very friendly
Yeah,
with one another, and I just always assumed that this person liked me as a friend as much as I liked them as a friend,
right.
and just we had a difference of opinion on a really stupid thing,
I mean,
um,
but Chris,
and
you took the high road with it, and this other person didn't though.
it was just I was like, really, really, like, and I mean, I thought it was like a joke at first. I thought he was like it was they were messing
Yeah,
with me,
exactly. Because it's so insane.
and I was like, well, and like I said, for a day, I kind of was like looking back at it, and just like it hurts me, but it's stupid, And then I just finally just kind of just said, you know what, if that's the way they're gonna be, that's fine, uh, I mean, I can't help that they feel that way. It's their like I said, people feel a certain way about things, um, and you have it's that's just how that's their choice. There's nothing you or
Yeah.
anybody else can do about it. But I just feel like I was really confused, and
Mhm.
just
And I'm still confused about the situation I was in. I don't think I will ever be able to understand it, but eventually, I realized that it was gonna destroy me
mhm.
if I and Candace could tell you, I've spent a lot of time talking to her about the situation, and she finally, told me, "Dana, you're gonna have to do something about this, or this is gonna completely destroy you. It's gonna eat you up from the inside out," which is
Oh
exactly
yeah,
what happened. And, okay, I'm just gonna put this out there. If you are can be that petty over something like what Chris mentioned, kinda what I mentioned, you really this is me saying this isn't Chris saying this. So if people wanna get mad at me. I think you really need to reassess your life and what your priorities in life are. If you will get that upset over somebody's difference of opinion,
yeah.
especially on a wrestler. I mean, come
Well,
on, people.
it's a really stupid situation. I don't want to get into it because it does have to do with something controversial. But again, it's just like it's a thing that doesn't involve me. It doesn't involve that person I was friends with.
Mhm.
It was just somebody we knew because it was that's how we became friends because we became friends through wrestling,
Right.
and what happened, what we were talking about, doesn't affect my life, doesn't affect their life. Um, but just because we have a different opinion on it, like that's what confused. And that's the first time that had ever happened to me too, Dana. That's why I was
Yeah,
taken
yeah,
so aback by it because
exactly.
I was like, really? Because like I mean, I've had arguments with people, that are my friends several times, and we've had tons of disagreements on things.
Yeah,
But I mean, that's just how things work in life. You can still have disagreements. You can have arguments with your friends and still be friends.
yeah,
I
exactly.
mean, there are just ways of like working out things. I mean, that's happened plenty of times with me and some of my friends.
Mhm.
But and that's why it goes back to what I was saying. Like you can have different views, different opinions, different beliefs, whatever, and still have respect for one another.
Mhm.
And I just I wish people would have that perception more often in this world because you just see so much anger and just so much aggression between people,
Yeah.
especially online and on Facebook. It's oh my god,
Mhm.
it's there's been many times where I've just felt like taking a break from social media and seeing
Yeah,
that kind of stuff.
I have too, seriously, and you know, here's something else, and I'm not saying that in Chris's situation, that person that unfriended him said, "Hey, Chris, you're like a brother to me." They may have, I don't know. I'm not going to ask, but in my case, at least one of the people that I was talking about told me that I was like a sister to him. Okay, if I'm like a sister to you, why did you flip around and tell me you didn't want anything to do with me? Do you realize how much that hurt me when you told me that? And the other person I had known longer than the person that said I was like a sister to him. And we had sent each other stuff back and forth, for about 15 years. We had talked, we had supported each other's endeavors on YouTube and everything else. And then one thing happens that doesn't have anything to do with that person, and all of a sudden they hate you. Does that make any sense at all? It doesn't to me. And, I'm not gonna ask Chris what he thinks, but I'm sure he's got some thoughts on it.
I mean, it's just I know the situation, and I don't really have an opinion on it, because I just know that the situation sucks for
Yes,
everybody involved.
yes, yes, it does. And but gang, I've had fun with the watch along. I love having these heart to hearts with Chris when he's on here. I mean, some people might think it's silly and self-sacrificing and all that stuff, but I think it's good to purge things. You don't have to
I
go
agree.
into deep detail, which I don't think me and Chris either one went into deep detail. We
Like I said, I'm pretty open. I don't mind for people on YouTube hearing me talk about these things. I don't, because I mean that's just how I am. I mean, there's things I won't talk. I don't feel comfortable talking about. I
right,
won't.
exactly.
But like there are things like I've talked about tonight though that well, I didn't plan to talk about those things. It just comes naturally with me.
Yeah, one thing kind of leads to
And like I said,
another.
I'm open with that. I don't mind, if every Tom, Dick, and Harry out there on YouTube knows that about me.
Right, yeah.
It's just it is what it is. I'm like Matthew McConaughey and Days Confused, Livin. I'm living, man.
Yeah, exactly.
You know,
Yeah. And but I do think it's good to do a little purging of things that are painful. You could talk about them without telling, deep dark things or putting people's names out there.
yeah, exactly,
That's
right,
the proper way to do it in my eyes if you're gonna talk about it at all, is, and that way the people that know, and the people that don't know the inside story on things, they can understand, but they don't have to know everything specifically.
right, yeah.
So I just think it's a now Steve would tell me, you don't need to be getting on there and blah blah blah, but I feel better. I always feel
It's
better
an
after
outlet
I
for
do.
you.
Hmm.
Yeah,
Exactly.
I get that.
But it is 11:55, and we started this thing at 7, or
We've
I
been on here
started.
almost 5 hours, Dana.
Ah, that we got the me and Candace Friday Foolish beat. Now Candace
That's
is
right.
probably already in bed now. I haven't seen her name.
Probably. I haven't.
She's
I
probably
messaged her a few
dog
minutes
crazy.
ago, but I didn't hear from her, so she's probably asleep.
But I am really gonna have to get off here, and I'm sure Chris is gonna have to get off here too.
Yeah.
Um, but it's been fun. It's been therapeutic. It's been fun. I've had a lot of fun with everybody in the chat, and fun talking to Chris. And Wes, well, it all wasn't because of the nonsense. Oh my gosh, that made me laugh. I'm sorry. Um, Coco said, I didn't listen to the whole 5 hours, but I enjoyed the things you talked about. Well, thank you, Coco. I appreciate that. And I'm sure Chris appreciates that too.
Yeah. Sure.
Um, yeah, I know, Wes. I tried to get out of having these extra long streams, but you know, I haven't had a discussion with Chris for a while, and so
Yeah,
He
that
wants to be
this
on.
it was long overdue, Dana. I mean, I appreciate, I enjoy. I mean, we just sometimes we just get carried away. We start talking about things and we lose track of time. But like I said, I think it was long overdue because this is the first time I've been on any of your streams in probably months now. Because where I've just been working with my channel and just doing things on
Yeah, and
there.
that's
So
important too. I mean, when you're trying to build an audience for your channel, you have to kind of put your all into it.
yeah,
And it's also fun too. And I can tell that Chris has fun when he does his streams as well.
yeah.
And
I mean, I have fun with it. I mean, when I'm doing my own thing when I'm on here, or if I'm doing stuff with Dead Pit or
right.
whoever. Um, I actually got invited for next month to be a part of a show, Grande's Graveyard. John Grande has his own channel,
Mhm.
and so I'm gonna be doing stuff with him, and
John's a really cool guy.
yeah, that's going to be fun. I mean, like I said, I have fun anytime I'm on here, just talking about these things that I love and things that just experiences in life, whatever it is. If we're talking about religion or whatever, whatever.
Yeah,
Like
you never know what.
I enjoy it. I just enjoy conversation with people.
Right. AI, the next um show, I can't even talk now. I've been on here too long. I actually will be having another watch along tomorrow night at 7 p.m. Eastern time. Hopefully, it doesn't go on this long. This was fun, but hopefully, the Sunday one doesn't go on this long because I got to get up for work Monday. Um, but I will be doing a watch along for National Lampoon's Vacation tomorrow night at
Cool.
7 p.m. Eastern time. Um, and so that's the next show, and then hopefully I'll be able to do all my regular shows this next week. The Dick's Picks, the cannon fodder, they're all messed up. I'll have to get with Candace to see if we can do the last part of our game, the last 10 rounds, and pick a winner from that. If we don't,
That won't be 4 hours long too.
I don't know. I have to
You
get my mouth
you
shut.
might have to maybe some because what you got 10 more like rounds you're going to be
10
doing
more
on that.
rounds, and then we'll have to pick a
If
winner.
I was you, what I would do is because I know it's tough because I do the same thing. If I start talking about a movie, I'll like
Yeah,
go
I
on
need
and
to
on and on
shut.
about it.
That's what I mean. I need
Um,
to shut my mouth and not
m-
talk about the movies and stuff.
maybe like at the most, like limit each round to maybe like 10, 15 minutes. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Just kind of
I
like
agree.
just kind of summer it because if you got 10 more rounds, that's going to be if you do that, you're probably going it'll be at least probably 2 hours.
Yeah,
If you went through kind of quick.
I'm gonna. What I need is somebody to put a timer up. It's like you got this amount of time, Dana, and you can talk about this, and then you got to shut up, and we got to move on. See, Candace is really good at that, but I'm not so good at it.
Well, like I said, it's tough sometimes, like because even shows that I've done on my channel, like I've kind of like mapped it out how I want to talk about this movie or this movie
Mhm.
for a certain amount of time, but then like the fan of me will let it
Exactly.
get
That's what it
carried
is.
away, and I'll start talking about other things that will kind of like hodgepodge into something else. You know what I mean?
Yes, exactly.
And I'll be like, "Oh my god, I've let I've went too long talking about this."
But I want to thank everybody that was in here in the chat. Even Uncle Bill. I hope I didn't hurt Uncle Bill's feelings or
He did.
anything.
He's crying right now. He
And
cried himself to sleep.
and Wes, I even thank you for maybe Wes was listening to us. Not for the whole 5 hours probably, but I do appreciate Wes and Uncle Bill showing up and all the rest of you guys and gals that showed up. I appreciate Chris being on here with me for the watch along and for the talk afterwards.
Yeah,
I feel so
been
good now.
fun though. It's been
I
fun.
just want to, I'll probably message Candace even if she does, even if she doesn't answer back, just because I'm so elated. Hey, Garrett, I haven't seen Garrett in like forever. One more song. You don't want me to do a song, Garrett. You really, really don't. But it's good to see Garrett in here too. I haven't seen Garrett in here for a while, so I'm really glad to see some of the friendly faces. Coco and Garrett and Wes was in here. Uncle Bill was in here earlier. But really gonna have to get off here, or I'm gonna just pass out in front of y'all.
Same.
I gotta take care of a few things, and Steve promised me if I can get up at 8 o'clock tomorrow, he'll take me to Walmart. If I don't get up
Hell
at 8
yeah.
tomorrow, he ain't gonna take me to Walmart. And people are probably saying, "What the hell? Why do you want to go to Walmart?" Hey, I work from home, folks. I also don't drive, and Chris knows how this is.
Oh yeah.
You want to
Believe
get
me, I do.
out, even if it's going to Walmart. You want to get out.
I know all about it.
But again, thank you everybody for hanging out with me and Chris for 5 hours. If you were here for the duration, and Candace, if you're still around here, sorry
She's
I kept
asleep.
Chris.
She's 100% asleep.
I'm sorry I kept Chris for 5 hours. If you see this later and you're like, what the hell, Chris? What was you on there for 5 hours? What was y'all talking about?
I don't know. I just have to watch it, find out.
Good night, Coco. But anyway, we're out of here for tonight. Me and Chris are off like a couple of dirty shirts. Our shirts ain't dirty, but we're off like a couple of them. Want to remind everybody, as I always do before we get off of here for the, well, it's the morning now. It's the next morning. To be kind to one another and blaze that trail. Have a fantastic, if you consider this still Saturday, have a fantastic rest of your Saturday and into Sunday. And if you don't have anything to do, Sunday at 7 p.m. Eastern time, join me for the National Lampoon's Vacation Watch Along. And check out Chris's channel.
Yeah.
Raider Mania.
I'll be finishing up summer camp week tomorrow night. So if
there
you
you
guys
go.
in that, check that out.
Got all kinds of entertainment out there that you can be a part of. So anyway, we're out of here for the night. I'll see everybody next time. Thanks again, Chris. Bye, everybody.
Bye.